3, 2, 1. Welcome back to the Knights Game Day Show, brought to you by First Premier Bank Card, and Guarantee Roofing and Sheet Metal. I'm now joined by St. Thomas More boys. Three, two, one. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Welcome back to the Knights Game Day Show, brought to you by First Premier Bank, Premier Bank Card, and Guarantee Roofing and Sheet Metal. And now joined by O'Gorman Boys coach Derek Roby. Coach, we got back on the winning track last night over Aberdeen Central. A very good team came here. We won 63-52. We talked about in the post-game show kind of what change in the game for our advantage was those last, say, 4 minutes of the second quarter into the third quarter. Can you just talk about that stretch of play that your boys play and what really stood out to you? Were you able to take about a 3-point game and get up to as high as 20?
Well, you're exactly right. There's that halfway point of the second quarter, and then we always want to come out at halftime and do our best to get the momentum again. But it was that span that really opened things up, and I don't know if we did anything extra out of the ordinary, I guess, other than we made some shots. We tried to defend a little bit better. We changed up our defensive scheme a little bit because we thought we were giving up some easy looks, and it just kind of snowballed. That's how basketball is. The kid makes a shot, and all of a sudden you make another shot, and it kind of opens things up, and it's kind of like throwing a stone in the ocean. So it was just one of those momentum spurts that we got, and we were fortunate to get because Aberdeen obviously made that run late.
Coach, we did do co-players of the game last night to Matt Eng and Eddie Myler. Both had 18 points. Both had big impacts on the game. Can you just talk about those two players and what you saw from them last night?
Well, I tell you, they both played outstanding. Eddie's had a very consistent year. He's averaging about just shy of 10 points a game for us, and just holding down the fort, doing things the right way. He's very coachable, all those kind of things. So, he's leading us in rebounding, and like I said, he's our second leading scorer for the year. So, well-deserved, certainly. And then, of course, Matt Eng is Matt Eng. He comes in and gives that needed spark. Matt's having a great year, contributes so well and gets along with our guys so well that I think everybody, when you watch us play, you can see the potential with Matt Eng and what he means to our basketball team. So, both well-deserved, although, if I could put a plug in, for Harry Huners. Harry Huners, I talked to our guys about the last couple days. Harry, because he's a senior, he's in our program, and he can't, because he's a senior, he can't play JV or obviously the lower level game. So he's the only one in our program that doesn't get any minutes when you really look at it. And we're trying to get him in, and he's such a good guy and a good teammate, but he gets it. And I talked to our guys at practice. I said, one of your best teammates right now is Harry Huners, just because he's still very unselfish. He gives us everything we're asking in practice, scouting report, etc. But he's just, in a position where we're trying to, get rhythm with some of those other guys, and we're trying to get him in, and sometimes because of the tightness of the game, we just can't. And he gets it, and he's such a good teammate. And I'll give you an example. Last night when Michael Shea came out, Michael Shea kind of made some decisions where we pulled him off to the side, and we were going to go back with Michael Shea, and I decided to go with Harry just for that, slight 2 or 3 minutes, whatever he played, I can't remember. But I told Michael Shea at the time, I said, hey, this isn't anything personal. I know this is kind of your rotation spot, but Harry deserves this. And he goes, absolutely. Harry, I want you to put Harry in. Harry's a great guy, great teammate. He's one of us. And again, I know, I don't know if he'll ever, get the player of the game anytime soon just because of his minutes, but man, is he a good teammate for us. So I'm really proud of what he does.
Absolutely, Coach. We play St. Thomas more tonight. The Cavaliers are 13-2 on the season. They've won 10 games in a row. I was looking back at my notes last night from last year's game when we played them at the Pentagon, and they really slowed the tempo down on us. As you mentioned, Coach Hollenbrock runs a lot of sets offensively. Talk about, do you think that they're going to do similar, try to slow the tempo down, and just talk about tempo tonight and the challenges of guarding a team like that does run so many sets offensively?
Well, it's a challenge. It's a challenge because you're facing a really well-coached team and a great culture of basketball out west. They're always in the hunt for state titles, and deservedly so. They're, again, well-coached. They have tremendous athletes and families that are going through that system. So the challenge is going to be, again, defensively. They are going to try to run run quick hit after quick hit after quick hit, and we just have to focus on a couple of their guys, and we might try some different defensive schemes, kind of like we did last night, just to try to slow them down, if you will, or at least contest some of those shots that are going to be presented within their quick hit. But they're a good basketball team. I know common opponents you look at, they were able to beat
Three, two, one. 3, 2, 1. All right, 1, 2, 3. I'm 1. You're 2 again, Isaac. 3 is Crown Mike, 4 is Tablet.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Knights, Cavs.
Yes, the Cavaliers. Here's our Crown Mike. Here's our Tablet real quick.
Wow, that kid is
Sioux
splashing
Equipment Company can
threes.
fix, sell, and repair gas pumps, tanks, and air.
All right.
Good freshman game for anyone watching right now. Another steal. 52 has 16 for them, and Theobald for us has 18. So some high-scoring individuals in the freshman game today.
Maverick Jones, that's Gene Jones' kid, right?
Yep, that would be the younger brother of Trey and Logan.
Okay. The girls are playing Aberdeen Central right now. We will try to give you updates on that as well, folks. Peter said he is going to pull it up on his computer, so we'll see how that works.
That could mean a wide variety of things.
He might need some IT help. Joe Hurley, be on call. Oh my gosh. We love Steve Keeter. He's the best.
Is he going to try to put that on the TV in the cafeteria then, or?
I'm not for sure because you have to have an account, so you'd have to. Well, I mean, he could have his account set up, and then you'd have to enter the same information on another computer. So I would guess no because of that situation, but you never know. And the Kusler girl either must be hurt or sick because she did not play last night against Roosevelt. Roosevelt beat them and went to overtime. Aberdeen Central's girls won by 1.
Really? That was a blowout for a while.
And I was looking at the box score, and yeah, Kusler was not on the box score for them. So that's probably the main reason why. But neither, I mean, the shooting percentages were just bad for both teams in that game. Aberdeen's best player, Kopecky, she was 4 for 19. I don't think Martinez made a shot. She was like 0 for 8 for Roosevelt, which is really weird. It was just
yeah.
Oh, look at that block. Okay, let's get us going since text Matt up at Rapid City real quick. When's your next junior high game?
We play this Tuesday against Patrick Henry. And then we play Sioux Falls Christian on Thursday, which is a conference break for them, so they don't have any school, but we still have a game. Which can be tough for 8th graders.
Okay, we're going to put you on vibrate. We're going to charge my phone up a little bit, and we are going to go on the air. All right, let's see if I can do this off of my computer, Isaac. Oh, boy. That was a headache I wasn't expecting to have today. File, open log. Today is so. Oh, come on. Here we go. Run basketball, open. Stop, eject. Double click. Go. All right, 15 seconds. We're kind of pulling away here. This game, weren't we down at half, or was it really close?
It was really close.
Let's move you over here for now, tablet. Okay, we are.
You're listening to a special presentation from the Real Presence Radio Network. On Real Presence Radio, welcome to the Knights Game Day Show, sponsored by First Premier Bank Premier Bank Card and Guarantee Roofing and Sheet Metal.
All right, folks, welcome to O'Gorman High School in Sioux Falls, South Dakota today, where we have a boys basketball matchup to conclude Catholic Schools Week, so why not have two Catholic schools playing against each other? I'm Brett Byler with Real Presence Radio, along with my broadcast partner tonight, the great Isaac Struck. The St. Thomas More Cavaliers, the visitors in today's game, they're from Class A, so they're a class below us, coming to the game red hot with a 13-2 record. Winners of 10 games in a row, and actually Isaac, their last loss was on December 30th to Sioux Falls Christian at the Sanford Pentagon, while the O'Gorman Knights, the home team today, come to the contest with a 7-6 record and coming off an impressive win last night, 63-52 over Aberdeen Central High School. Isaac, from the 5-minute mark of the second quarter till about that 4-minute mark of the third quarter was where O'Gorman really took over a game that was very close, about a 3 to 5 point game. We got the lead up to 20, and Aberdeen was only able to get back to 10. What was O'Gorman able to do well in that 8 to 9 minute stretch that they completely kind of took over the game last night?
Well, the one thing that they were doing is they were getting the ball into the post, and they were allowing Eddie Myler to go to work down low, get some good, efficient shots. They did a good job of taking what the defense was giving them. They weren't trying to force anything. They weren't rushing through on the offensive end in a hurried panic. They took their time. They took the open shots. They were making their shots, but then they were executing well on the defensive end, basically shutting out Aberdeen during the time that we were starting to score. So when you're able to score and make stops consecutively, it's easier to pull away than if it was trading baskets, maybe a 3 for a 2 and a stop every now and then. But for that first couple minutes, it was us scoring every time down and us getting a stop every time down on the way back.
Yeah, as we mentioned last night, that third quarter basketball on offense is probably the best 6-minute stretch they've had all season of just running their sets, and they made about 6 or 7 straight shots. So one thing St. Thomas More, the team we're going to play today, is they're not a very tall team. You look at their roster, their tallest kid is 6'3". They'll start 2 6'3" forwards. Do you see this as an opportunity, Isaac, today for O'Gorman's post players? Eddie Myler had 18 points last night. David Alpers has done a terrific job since being in the starting lineup. An opportunity for both David and Eddie to kind of impose their will today. And do you see offensively O'Gorman trying to take an advantage of their height today?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that tonight, or this afternoon, if you will, is going to be a big game for the bigs. And they usually play well off of each other. When we played in Rapid City, that was one of those games where you saw against Stevens, the two post players just playing so well off of each other, basically piggybacking and off each other. And I think there's a potential for that tonight with an undersized St. Thomas More team that obviously is going to bring a couple of problems to the perimeter, just finding a way for some of our bigger guys to have to step out and possibly guard a couple of shooters. But other than that, I expect a game where they can kind of control the boards and continue to push the tempo after getting a rebound.
Yeah, talking to Coach Holenbeck, we'll hear that interview shortly. He basically said, per man, O'Gorman's pretty much taller 1 through 5 on their matchups tonight. So not just the post, the guards should have advantage there as well. One thing St. Thomas More is known for, Isaac, and we saw that firsthand last year at the Pentagon when they defeated O'Gorman, is offensively they like to run a lot of different sets. They really slowed the pace also down in that game. Defensively, is it a big challenge to play a team that just, can run 5 or 6 different sets in a row compared to sometimes now in basketball it's a lot more freelance, I guess you could say, than it has been previously. And what challenges is that for a defense?
Oh, it's going to be an incredibly hard game to kind of just get control of. St. Thomas More is going to slow down the pace. They're going to get up and they're going to run through a set play. And it's going to have 3 to 4 options to score the basketball. And it's going to make O'Gorman have to play fundamentally sound on the defensive end, talking through screens, watching back cuts, make sure they have their hands up and active in the passing lanes. St. Thomas More, they kind of took it to us last year at the Pentagon where we just could not stop them in those half-court sets. So it's going to be interesting now. Second year playing these guys, having the opportunity to kind of maybe recognize some things from last year's game, but it's definitely just tougher to play a team that's so good at running plays and running them well, because that just makes your defense have to talk more, be more active, and you can't play, or you have to be almost mistake-free in order to get stops on the defensive end.
You can't fall asleep, too, with, say, 10 seconds on the shot clock as well, and, let them get late baskets in that shot clock. Isaac, being a former O'Gorman basketball player, you got to play another Catholic school in Aberdeen Roncalli. Is there something a little bit extra special, you think, for these players today, both being, Catholic schools playing against each other?
Yeah, absolutely. It was always fun playing Aberdeen just because, the two teams knew each other a little bit, but they more just understood that, hey, we're kind of in the same boat, school-wise, faith-wise, and so on. Usually we'd get together for a prayer after the game. I don't know about what would even happen today with all of the craziness going on in the COVID world, but it's fun playing teams where we kind of have similar philosophies almost, if you will, how you treat people and stuff and so on, and it's just a more respect, if you will, on the floor. It kind of goes both ways, that you just have mutual respect for the opposing team and the other athletes on the floor.
Now, Isaac, can you tell us about the last meeting between these two teams and the series history?
Yeah, the last game was back on February 8th last year. St. Thomas More's boys beat us 62-58 at the Pentagon. They were able to hold off a late rally from O'Gorman. That game was St. Thomas More basically controlled that for most of the game until late when we started to come back, but it was just too little too late. Caden Casey led the way for the Cavs with 21 points. And St. Thomas More was also 14 of 19 at the free throw line, while O'Gorman only shot 1 of 4. So St. Thomas More did a good job of getting to the line last year. O'Gorman did not. This is only going to be the 4th time these teams have met in the history of AA, single A, St. Thomas More, O'Gorman basketball. O'Gorman leads this series at 2-1. They were 2-0 before last season. St. Thomas More with a chance to even up the series tonight, or O'Gorman to start to pull away again. So other than that, though, now we'll wrap around to our other games around the state. There's quite a few games today in South Dakota basketball, so I'll let Brett take that.
All right, thanks, Isaac. And the girls, we have a few finals. Rapid City Stevens girls beat at Watertown 53-38. Mitchell girls over Spearfish at the Corn Palace 60-49. Huron girls over Sturgis Brown 67-33. Our O'Gorman girls playing up at Aberdeen Central right now. They trail 15-14 after the first quarter. Some games later today at 5 o'clock, Brandon Valley girls are at Pierre. And Rapid City Central girls are actually playing Brookings right now, but there is no score report on that one. Now for boys, as we flip her around here. Thank you. We're on the SD Scores app. Rapid City Stevens and Watertown boys, Isaac, are tied at 39 at the Civic Arena in Watertown. 6 minutes left in the fourth quarter. So Watertown's boys actually got a win over Rapid City Central last night. Sturgis Brown boys are up on Huron 26-16 end of one. Rapid City Central boys beat Brookings 69-44. Roosevelt boys up on Aberdeen Central 20-15. That's over at Roosevelt, start of the second quarter. Brandon Valley boys at Pierre at 5 at Brandon tonight. Mitchell and Spearfish, no score report. And then Sioux Falls Lincoln is at West Central, and that game will start in about a half hour.
Something interesting from last night was those two games where Rapid City went and played, Stevens played Brookings and Central played at Watertown. Both Rapid schools dropped those games last night, which is kind of weird to think that Brookings picked up only their second win of the year against Stevens. Must have been some travel legs or something, but just weird to see both Rapid schools lose to two teams that necessarily aren't better than them on paper. It would have been interesting to see kind of how those games played out in person, but the stats and the box score was just interesting to look at last night.
Absolutely. So coming up on the other side of the break, I was able to talk to St. Thomas More coach David Hollenbeck to find out the key to success for his Cavaliers today against O'Gorman, and that interview is coming up after the break. You're listening to Knights Basketball on Real Presence Radio 94.5, 91.3, and also Fox Sports Rapid City.
Premier Bank and Premier Bank Card, we believe the greatest investment we can make is in our customers and communities. Thanks to our industry-leading service, products, and tools, we're helping our customers reach their financial goals and achieve success. Through the generosity of our employees and leadership, we're able to support nearly 700 South Dakota organizations and nonprofits with our time, money, and resources. At Premier, we're always seeking ways to make an impact for good by investing in what matters most to you. It's the Premier way.
Catholic Family Services is here for you, regardless of age, faith, or ethnic origin. They provide services throughout eastern South Dakota, including mental health counseling for adults and children, grief therapy for individuals or groups, a divorce support group, and a grief camp for children. They also now offer online counseling through telehealth therapy. For more information or to make an appointment with Catholic Family Services, you can call 800-700-7867 or go to sfcatholic.org/CFS.
Real Presence Radio is experiencing rapid growth and has an additional opening in the Sioux Falls area for a full-time listener relations coordinator. This person will assist with spreading the word about RPR, including help with the live drives, fall banquet, major gifts, and local live shows. A qualified candidate should demonstrate excellent self-management and time management skills. If you sense a call to serve God in this capacity, please send a cover letter, your resume, and references to Brittany at realpresenceradio.com or call 877-795-0122.
Welcome back to the Knights Game Day Show, brought to you by First Premier Bank Card, and Guarantee Roofing and Sheet Metal. I'm now joined by St. Thomas More boys coach David Hollenbeck. Coach, your boys are coming off a win over Sturgis Brown Tuesday night, 55-29. What were some of your assessments of your team's play in that ball game?
Well, we started out pretty good that night, but we certainly didn't play hard down the stretch and had a few too many turnovers. So, the disappointing thing for us is the fact that we're playing a whole different animal today, and we were hoping to play better in that game to get ready for this game, but unfortunately we didn't do that. So, it's going to be tough for us today.
Coach, your team's 13-2 on the season. You have 5 games left, winners of 10 games in a row. What would you still like to see improvements on in your team's final 5 regular season games?
Well, we're going to have to be a lot more physical, on the boards, and obviously playing a team like this today is going to really test our physicality underneath the basket. So, we've got to do that, and we struggle scoring. You'll see that today where we have times where we can't score very well. So that's another thing we need to improve on. So, we're looking to be a little bit better on the glass on both ends, and obviously try to find a way to get the ball in the basket.
Coach, you play O'Gorman tonight. Obviously, O'Gorman has a lot of size. Just looking at your roster, your tallest kid's 6'3". Is that size of O'Gorman one of your biggest concerns going into tonight's game?
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, that's why I'm worried about the rebounding situation. We're giving up a lot of inches all the way across the board. Probably every player is going to be shorter, so it's a tall task for us. There's no doubt about it. But we're here to get better. We're trying to figure out a way to get in a state tournament. We lost a lot of firepower from last year's team. We lost 5 of our top 6 guys, and we had Mr. Basketball South Dakota. So we're just trying to get these kids an opportunity to get better, and by playing these kind of games, that's the whole goal.
What kind of tempo would you like to see your team play with today?
Well, we're going to have to play with some sort of pace, but we're not going to be looking to push the ball too hard unless it's there for us. We're just going to have to wait and see what they give us, and from what I've seen from them so far, they don't give up many fast breaks. They get back pretty good, and they like to push it themselves. So, we're going to have guys back and get in the lane and be in position to take a charge.
Finally, Coach, what are the biggest challenges O'Gorman's offense will present to your team today?
Well, their size is so good that you're concerned about the post play, but yet they've got 2 or 3 really good shooters, and if they get going on you, you're in big trouble.
Thank you so much. Good luck today.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
We want to thank Coach David Hollenbeck for his time. Coming up after the break, you're going to hear from O'Gorman boys coach Derek Roby, and that interview is next on the Knights Game Day Show.
This is Mark Konzemius, president of the Catholic Community Foundation for Eastern South Dakota. Preparing for the end of life can be overwhelming, even scary. Yet as disciples of Christ, we live in great hope and the reality of God's promise that death is not the end, but a new beginning. The end-of-life planning workbook for Catholics is now available. I encourage you to reach out to one of our Catholic Community Foundation offices or ccfesd.org. May God bless each of us on our journey to heaven.
At Guarantee Roofing and Sheet Metal, we are guided by one simple principle. We do what we say we're going to do. We believe in ensuring our customers are happy with the work we deliver. Guarantee Roofing and Sheet Metal was established in Sioux Falls in 1981 and has been involved with installing more than 100 million square feet of commercial roofing across the Midwest. They have worked on businesses including schools, universities, hospitals, churches, and factories. For more information, you can call 605-331-5121 or online at guaranteeroofingsd.com.
Welcome back to the Knights Game Day Show, brought to you by First Premier Bank Card, and Guarantee Roofing and Sheet Metal. And now joined by O'Gorman boys coach Derek Roby. Coach, we got back on the winning track last night over Aberdeen Central. A very good team came here. We won 63-52. We talked about in the post-game show kind of what change in the game for our advantage was those last, say, 4 minutes of the second quarter into the third quarter. Can you just talk about that stretch of play that your boys play and what really stood out to you? Were you able to take about a 3-point game and get up to as high as 20?
Well, you're exactly right. There's that halfway point of the second quarter, and then we always want to come out at halftime and do our best to get the momentum again. But it was that span that really opened things up, and I don't know if we did anything extra out of the ordinary, I guess, other than we made some shots. We tried to defend a little bit better. We changed up our defensive scheme a little bit because we thought we were giving up some easy looks, and it just kind of snowballed. That's how basketball is. The kid makes a shot, and all of a sudden you make another shot, and it kind of opens things up, and it's kind of like throwing a stone in the ocean. So it was just one of those momentum spurts that we got, and we were fortunate to get because Aberdeen obviously made that run late.
Coach, we did do co-players of the game last night to Matt Eng and Eddie Myler. Both had 18 points. Both had big impacts on the game. Can you just talk about those two players and what you saw from them last night?
Well, I tell you, they both played outstanding. Eddie's had a very consistent year. He's averaging about just shy of 10 points a game for us, and just holding down the fort, doing things the right way. He's very coachable, all those kind of things. So, he's leading us in rebounding, and like I said, he's our second leading scorer for the year. So, well-deserved, certainly. And then, of course, Matt Eng is Matt Eng. He comes in and gives that needed spark. Matt's having a great year, contributes so well and gets along with our guys so well that I think everybody, when you watch us play, you can see the potential with Matt Eng and what he means to our basketball team. So, both well-deserved, although, if I could put a plug in, for Harry Huners. Harry Huners, I talked to our guys about the last couple of days. Harry, because he's a senior, he's in our program, and he can't, because he's a senior, he can't play JV or obviously the lower level game. So he's the only one in our program that doesn't get any minutes when you really look at it. And we're trying to get him in, and he's such a good guy and a good teammate, but he gets it. And I talked to our guys at practice. I said, one of your best teammates right now is Harry Huners, just because he's still very unselfish. He gives us everything we're asking in practice, scouting report, etc. But he's just, in a position where we're trying to, get rhythm with some of those other guys, and we're trying to get him in, and sometimes because of the tightness of the game, we just can't. And he gets it, and he's such a good teammate, and I'll give you an example. Last night when Michael Shea came out, Michael Shea kind of made some decisions where we pulled him off to the side, and we were going to go back with Michael Shea, and I decided to go with Harry just for that, slight 2 or 3 minutes, whatever he played, I can't remember. But I told Michael Shea at the time, I said, hey, this isn't anything personal. I know this is kind of your rotation spot, but Harry deserves this. And he goes, absolutely. Harry, I want you to put Harry in. Harry's a great guy, great teammate. He's one of us. And again, I know, I don't know if he'll ever, get the player of the game anytime soon just because of his minutes, but man, is he a good teammate for us. So I'm really proud of what he does.
Absolutely, Coach. We play St. Thomas More tonight. The Cavaliers are 13-2 on the season. They've won 10 games in a row. I was looking back at my notes last night from last year's game when we played them at the Pentagon, and they really slowed the tempo down on us. As you mentioned, Coach Hollenbrock runs a lot of sets offensively. Talk about, do you think that they're going to do similar, try to slow the tempo down, and just talk about tempo tonight and the challenges of guarding a team like that does run so many sets offensively?
Well, it's a challenge. It's a challenge because you're facing a really well-coached team and a great culture of basketball out west. They're always in the hunt for state titles, and deservingly so. They're, again, well-coached. They have tremendous athletes and families that are going through that system. So the challenge is going to be, again, defensively. They are going to try to run quick hit after quick hit after quick hit, and we just have to focus on a couple of their guys, and we might try some different defensive schemes, kind of like we did last night, just to try to slow them down, if you will, or at least contest some of those shots that are going to be presented within their quick hit. But they're a good basketball team. I know common opponents you look at, they were able to beat a T basketball team that we struggle to. So So, you look at they're very good. And I know schedule-wise, they lost to Sioux Falls Christian, I think.
Yes, they
and
did,
then,
on December 31st.
Yeah, so right after we played them. So common opponents, we kind of split, if you will. This is one of those games that was kind of rescheduled. We thought we were playing in the Pentagon today for whatever reason, and it was just a mix-up. And then I was talking to the people at the Pentagon, and I said, well, who do you have us matched up with? And this is about a month ago, and they said, we're not playing a game in the Pentagon on that day. And I said, what? I thought we were playing a Pentagon game. So then one thing led to another. We contacted St. Tommy Moore, and they lost a game too there. They thought they were playing, and we said, hey, let's play. And they were more than willing to come to our place, and they've never been here. So it's going to be a fun atmosphere. Again, we're battling a very good opponent. I think both teams realize the huge potential this could have on seeding come postseason. So we're looking at a great basketball game between two very competitive teams. We'll see what happens.
Finally, Coach, on our offensive end, I was just looking at their roster. Their tallest kid on their varsity roster is 6'3". They start 2 6'3" forwards, a couple 6-foot guards. How do we need to take advantage of that using our big guys with David and Eddie and just our size advantage on the offensive end?
Well, we certainly have the size advantage, but they work hard, and they still are able to get in position. He's a big, strong kid. I forget his name. Their post player, not a true post player, but he's a football guy. I don't know if he actually...
I think.
Yeah. And I don't know, does he play football? Because he's an ox. He is a house. And, we're going to have to certainly deal with the strength that he brings. He, again, probably doesn't have the height, but he has some strength. So I'd like to say we'd like to get, some inside touches and whatnot, but at the same time, they're, a team that I guess does a lot of their quick hits, and we're going to be having to contend with the perimeter more than the inside, I think.
Thank you so much, Coach. Good luck today.
Thank you much, Brett.
We'd like to thank Coach Roby for his time as always.
All right, tonight's pregame coaches show for the Sioux Falls O'Gorman Knights has been brought to you by Canfield Business Interiors. Canfield Business Interiors provides products and designs for your workplace. For more information, you can find us online at canfieldco.com. Canfield, making space better. Isaac, what will be some keys to victory for O'Gorman today against St. Thomas More?
Well, first we got to pick up off where we left off offensively last night. We got to move that ball inside and out, create some things from the inside to the outside, and also execute on our set offensive plays. And that'll be huge for us tonight.
Win the rebounding battle, Isaac. Control the paint. St. Thomas More's tallest kid is 6'3". O'Gorman out-rebounded a tall Aberdeen Central team by 13 last night. Got to continue to do that today.
Yep, we also got to be aggressive on defense, have active hands, communicate, make sure that we have our heads up, calling out screens, and so on.
Play at our pace. I think St. Thomas More will try to slow this game down quite a bit. Play the way we want to play. Don't let them dictate that to us.
And as always, we got to limit our turnovers. Stay down in the lower single digits if we can for each half, and hopefully not get more than 10 to 12.
All right, Isaac, who is your pick to click tonight? You were on point last night.
I think I'm going to stay guard-centric, even though we have the height advantage down low. I think that Ben Renshaw is going to have a good game today, and I think that he's going to free himself up off the dribble for a couple of threes, but he's also going to have a good defensive game, limit his guy to only a few buckets or so, and get the ball and push it in transition.
I'm going to go with Cade Moffitt. I think Cade Moffitt will have a good game tonight. I think he'll have a lot of points and make an impact on the defensive end as well tonight. So tonight's Sioux Falls O'Gorman Knights Game Day Show has been brought to you by First Premier Bank, Premier Bank Card. Premier is a proud sponsor of high school athletics and your O'Gorman Knights. First Premier Bank, Premier Bank Card, investing in their communities.
Tonight's pregame coaches show for Sioux Falls O'Gorman High School has also been brought to you by Guarantee Roofing and Sheet Metal. Guarantee Roofing and Sheet Metal was established in Sioux Falls in 1981 and has been involved with installing more than 100 million square feet of commercial roofing across the Midwest. For more information, you can call 605-331-5121 or online at guaranteeroofingsd.com. Coming up next on the night's tip-off show is a priest prayer, starting lineups for both teams, and final thoughts. Stay tuned for more here on Real Presence Radio Network.
At First Premier Bank and Premier Bank Card, we believe the greatest investment we can make is in our customers and communities. Thanks to our industry-leading service, products, and tools, we're helping our customers reach their financial goals and achieve success. Through the generosity of our employees and leadership, we're able to support nearly 700 South Dakota organizations and nonprofits with our time, money, and resources. At Premier, we're always seeking ways to make an impact for good by investing in what matters most to you. It's the premier way.
At Guarantee Roofing and Sheet Metal, we are guided by one simple principle. We do what we say we're going to do. We believe in ensuring our customers are happy with the work we deliver. Guarantee Roofing and Sheet Metal was established in Sioux Falls in 1981 and has been involved with installing more than 100 million square feet of commercial roofing across the Midwest. They have worked on businesses including schools, universities, hospitals, churches, and factories. For more information, you can call 605-331-5121 or online at guaranteeroofingsd.com.
On the Real Presence Radio Network, O'Gorman Knights Basketball is on the air. Brought to you by
Catholic Family Services, Catholic Community Foundation of Eastern South Dakota, Bishop O'Gorman Catholic Schools, McGuire Iron, Sioux Equipment Company, Ferendorf Family Chiropractic and Wellness, Canfield Business Interiors, the BB Agency Knights of Columbus Insurance, Barnett Lewis Funeral Home, Ide Bailey, First Premier Bank Card, Pizza Ranch and Fun Zone Arcade on 41st Street, Guarantee Roofing and Sheet Metal, Crossroads Book and Music.
Tip-off to tonight's game is just moments away. With all the exciting action of O'Gorman Knights Basketball, let's go to the gym.
We are going to head to our priest prayer, so Father, take it away.
Hello, this is Father Chuck Simple, pastor of Holy Spirit Parish in Sioux Falls. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit, amen. God, we pray for those athletes and coaches who are participating in this event. Let them play fairly and use their talents to the best of their abilities. Keep them safe from any injuries. Help them to learn something that matters once the competition is over. Let this competition make them strong, but never hostile. May they not rejoice in the adversities of others. If they know victory, may they rejoice in their efforts. If they are denied victory, keep them from any envy. As athletes, may they set good examples for others. And during this time of the pandemic and COVID-19, keep all our young people, coaches, and all of us healthy and safe. We ask this through Christ our Lord. Amen.
All right, thanks, Father Simple. Now it's time for the starting lineups. First for the O'Gorman Knights, recorded by the boys themselves. Enjoy.
Cade Moffitt, number 3, 6'3", senior, guard.
Reese Arbias, number 15, 5'10", senior, guard.
David Opers, number 34, 6'6", junior, center.
Ben Renshaw, number 4, 5'11", senior, guard.
Eddie Myler, number 44, 6'6", senior, forward, center.
Your national anthem. Now we'll get to the starters for the St. Thomas More Cavaliers. They'll start a guard, number 4, 5'10", junior, Ethan Burnett. Another guard, number 20, 6 foot junior, Cade Candelin. And then they'll have 3 forwards round out the lineup with Charlie Larson, the 6'3", senior. He's number 24. Number 30, Ryan Wojcik. He is the 6'2", senior. He was a starter on last year's team. Ben Feist, the other forward, he's number 50, the 6'3", senior as well.
And it's Wojcik. Talked to Coach Hollenbeck about that one, and We have both teams on the court. You're listening to Real Presence Radio, 94.5 FM Sioux Falls, 91.3 FM Hartford, and Fox Sports Rapid City with the play-by-play. Here is Isaac Struck.
So St. Thomas More will actually start with the basketball there after winning the tip-off. It's going to be Wojcik off the dribble. He'll hand it off to Burnett. Burnett tosses a pass over to Candlin, who nearly lost the control of it, and then we'll toss it back up to Burnett. Dribbling around the top of the key, he'll slow things down. 13 on the shot clock for Burnett. He'll walk it over to the left wing. Tosses it up top. Now St. Thomas More runs through a couple of different screens. Now down to Wojcik. He'll turn around. Fadeaway jumper off the front of the rim and falls is good.
Wow.
Fadeaway jumper from the elbow by Wojcik falls.
And that was over David Alpers, too.
That was textbook St. Thomas More running down the clock till the final 12 seconds of the shot clock and then running a set play to get the bucket there. Moffitt off the dribble inside. He got his hand hit, lost the basketball. He got fouled. I believe the foul is going to go to number 10, Caleb Hollenbeck.
Hollenbeck, line shoot 2 is Moffitt.
Moffitt's first free throw rolls no good. Second on the way, Moffitt, a 69% free throw shooter on the season for O'Gorman. His second free throw on the way and good. So it's 2-1 here. Almost a minute into action at O'Gorman High School. St. Thomas More, the road team, wearing the blue jerseys with black numbers and white white trim around the numbers. O'Gorman in their home whites as they were last night. Burnett on the wing, tosses one over to Larson. Larson back up to Burnett, and they'll swing it around to Wojcik. He'll dribble over to the left wing, off the dribble now. St. Thomas More moving it around the perimeter. 12 seconds on the shot clock. Baseline drive by Hollenbeck, throws it off the backboard, got stuck underneath the rim. Ball winded up in the hands of Ben Renshaw, and he'll slow things down after bringing it across half court. Myler over to Moffitt. Moffitt off the dribble inside. Zone defense here from St. Thomas More as the shot from Myler is no good. Rebound bounces around onto the floor. St. Thomas More clears it. Hollenbeck, that's a deep three from the wing. That one rattles in and out, no good. Rebound goes to the Knights.
And both Wojcik and Larson are 6'3", but boy, they both look like football players. Those kids are strong-looking players out there.
Foul on the play here for St. Thomas More. Candlin picks up the foul for the Cavs. Moffitt dumps a pass inside to Myler, turns over his shoulder. Arbogast standstill three from the right wing is good.
So we got a double foul, or is it going to be on Alpers, I wonder? I think it's going to be a double foul.
Double foul. I was going to say, I saw something happen with those two before, on the play before on the other end. A little chippy between Larson and Alpers, and now they're going to get called for a double foul.
You see a lot of double fouls in the NBA. You don't see a lot of those called in high school. They're probably smart by the refs if they're getting that kind of chippy already, kind of control it a little bit.
Yep. Hollenbeck up top. Now the Knights are in the zone of their own, so the Knights haven't run much zone defense this year. Now they're kind of switching on. I mean, it's kind of just like a soft, basically switching every screen and so on. As Hollenbeck off the dribble up to Burnett. 10 seconds on the clock. They're going to call a hold on Arbogast off the dribble.
And you've seen all three of St. Thomas More's possessions. The clock's been under 10.
Yeah, they just kind of work it around the perimeter. Maybe you'll take a layup at any moment, and then they start running a set under 10 seconds. Fadeaway jumper by Wojcik is no good. Rebound into the hands of Alpers, then got knocked out of his hands and out of bounds, but a foul is going to be called on Charlie Larson. So Larson's going to pick up his second foul early in the ball game, which is going to bring in Ben Feist.
So it looks like a little press shown by St. Thomas More.
Arbogast nearly lost the dribble. He'll go off the dribble now. Burnett guarding him pretty tightly. And now Arbogast hits the deck, in a lot of trouble, gets it over to Renshaw. Renshaw off the dribble. Nice layup inside is good for two. Ben Renshaw on the board early. on a take to the hoop, and it's 6-2. Knights on top of the St. Thomas More Cavaliers. 5 minutes left here in the first quarter.
Surprised there wasn't any hand checking or something called there. I mean, he was all over Reese.
Feist with it on the elbow, hands it off to Burnett. He'll dribble around and toss it up top to Wojcik. Thought about a three from the top of the key and then swings it over to Burnett. Dump off near the elbow once again to Feist. A quick three-pointer is good from Candelin. Cade Candelin knocks in the three-pointer, and it's 6-5. Knights on top.
And there's where you have to talk a little bit defensively because Ben got triple screen that time, and someone needs to come off and step out on that.
Arbogast pull-up three from the top of the key is good. Arbogast second three already. It's 9-5. Knights on top of the Cavaliers. 4:14 left in the first quarter. Burnett tosses it over to Wojcik. Then up top, it's going to be Candelin. Contested three, no good. Rebound goes to Myler. Had it poked out from behind. They're going to call a foul on Hollenbeck. That'll be his second foul already. So a little bit of foul trouble for St. Thomas More with Hollenbeck.
And he'll stay in at the time.
And Larson.
Nope, now he's coming out.
That'll bring in Jack Green, the 6'2 senior for St. Thomas More.
And I said that's what they teach post players. What Eddie just did is if you get a rebound, you keep the ball up high. Because when you bring it down low, that's where your guards can kind of swipe at it. And good fundamental play by Eddie Myler that time.
Arbogast dribbles his way into the paint, then slips and falls, kicks it out to Ing. Three-pointer is good. Knights are making it rain from the perimeter. It's 12-5. St. Thomas More has themselves down early here in the first quarter at O'Gorman High School. St. Thomas More working it around the perimeter again. It's going to be Green on the right wing now, looking inside at Feist. Instead dishes it down to Wojcik off the dribble now, gets into the paint, at it. Poked away, but they're going to call a foul on Lynch.
.327 left. O'Gorman 12, St. Thomas More 5 from O'Gorman High School.
Burnett inbounding the ball from under his own basket, flips it up to Wojcik over on the corner, right corner, dribbles inside, fadeaway jumper for two, no good. Rebound bounces around into the hands of Feist. And St. Thomas More will get another chance here. Fresh 35 on the shot clock. They'll probably wind this thing all the way down. That pass intended for Feist, smacked out of bounds by Myler.
Offensive rebounds will drive coaches crazy, especially when you're a lot taller. So that's something you want to not allow if you're O'Gorman today against a smaller St. Thomas More.
Burnett over to Candelin, now inside to Wojcik. He's got it on the baseline, now up towards the elbow, spins to the baseline on the block, moving around, tosses it over to Candelin. He's on the left wing. Step back three from Candelin, no good. Rebound off the hands of St. Thomas More's Jack Green and out of bounds.
Really good defensive possession. Initial good defense by Joe Lynch that time, and then good defense by Ben Renshaw.
So Renshaw will bring it across the half-court line for O'Gorman. He'll use a screen from Lynch, hand off to Moffitt. Standstill three, thought about it, got a defender to fall onto the floor. Moffitt off the window for two. Timeout St. Thomas More as Moffitt drops the defender to the floor, takes it all the way in for two. The lead's up to 9.
All right, we're going to take a 30-second timeout. You're listening to Knights Basketball on Real Presence Radio and Fox Sports Rapid City.
At McGuire Iron, we protect and store quality water for people and communities across the country. We are family-owned and operated and have been building and maintaining America's water tower infrastructure for over 100 years. We pride ourselves on using faith principles in our business practices every day. This deep faith in the church is why we support the Bishop O'Gorman Catholic School System. From all of us at McGuire Iron and the Jones family, we wish all O'Gorman students and student athletes good luck this year.
Welcome back to O'Gorman High School, where the Knights lead the St. Thomas More Cavaliers 14-5 with 2:40 left in the first quarter. Score update from over in Aberdeen, where the O'Gorman Lady Knights are playing the Aberdeen Central Golden Eagles. 34-all at the end of 3 up in Aberdeen. So that game heading into the fourth quarter knotted up even. Wojcik Fadeaway jumper from the elbow, no good. Rebound goes to Renshaw. He'll bring it across half court with some pace. Slows things down over to Lynch. They'll swing it to Moffitt. Moffitt off the dribble inside. Up off the window. Good for 2. Moffitt's got 5. Knights increase their lead to 11. Off the dribble, Burnett kicks it out, and now St. Thomas More will work it around the perimeter again. Burnett holds it up at the top of the key. Off the dribble now. Cuts his way into the paint. Corner 3 from Candlin is good. Big knockdown there for Cade Candlin, his second of the game. He's got 6.
He liked the scrape by Renshaw, but he got to realize, too, there wasn't really much danger on that, and he left his man for a wide-open 3.
Renshaw, 3 from the top of the key. Too short, no good. Follows his own board, then gets it out to Lynch. He'll take a 3 from the wing. That one too strong, no good. Lynch with the quick-fire 3. Don't see him take many of those this season, but definitely capable of hitting it from outside.
And now Ben Renshaw will get the foul called as Burnett drove to the hoop.
Lynch has only taken 2 on the season.
That will be 4 team fouls on O'Gorman.
Inbounding from under his basket is Burnett, out to Feist. Feist to Candlin now. Candlin's got 6 of the 8 for St. Thomas More. Dribbles it up to the top of the key, flips a pass over to Wojcik. He'll walk it up top to Burnett. 24 on the shot clock. Burnett at the top of the key. He'll use a screen from Wojcik on the right wing. Toss it back to Feist, who looks around and has to give it up to Burnett. Burnett all alone near the half-court line. Now will use a screen from Feist. Dribble between his legs. Lost his dribble. Out to Candlin. 7 seconds on the shot clock. Candlin in a lot of trouble. Wojcik's going to have to get one off here. It's going to have to be deep. Actually takes it all the way to the hoop. Didn't even get that thing off. In a shot clock violation. Kind of interesting. It looked like he was ready to shoot it from about 2 feet behind the three-point line. Then just tried to take it all the way inside and draw the contact, but didn't get the call.
It was really good defense by O'Gorman that time.
So Arbogast checks in for Lynch.
Now Caleb Hollenbeck is back in the game for St. Thomas More.
Arbogast will get ready to bring it across half court. He's got Candlin guarding him. Arbogast leads the Knights with 6 points. So far, he's had 2 triples early on. Eng off the dribble gets his shot to not roll in, and he's going to get called for the charge. Ethan Burnett stepped in and took the charge. The 5'10 junior hits the deck, but gets rewarded with the charge.
So St. Thomas More, there's no shot clock right now. It's 34.2 seconds on the game clock. O'Gorman 16, the Cavaliers 8. St. Thomas More with the ball.
So it's going to be Burnett kind of just walking it across half court. He'll hang out near the half court line. 17 on the shot or on the clock. The ref counting out the 5 count, now giving them some space. Burnett off the dribble, 8 seconds left, cuts his way into the paint. Wraparound pass inside to Feist, off the window, too strong, no good. Rebound Alpers, Alpers to Renshaw. Renshaw behind the back dribble, half court heave. Off the rim, no good. That thing nearly fell. And at the end of 1, the Knights lead the Cavaliers 16-8. Stay tuned for more. You're listening to Real Presence Radio Network and Fox Sports Rapid City.
Ferendorf Family Chiropractic and Wellness is a third-generation chiropractic practice focusing on inspiring patients to take control of their personal health and the health of their families. Dr. Eric Ferendorf, a 1999 O'Gorman alum, is a proud third-generation O'Gorman Cathedral High School graduate following in the footsteps of his grandfather and uncle, and is excited to welcome his wife Larissa to the practice. Ferendorf Family Chiropractic and Wellness is located on the northwest corner of 49th Street and Southeastern Avenue, 605-334-8000.
Hi, I'm Larry Canfield with Canfield Business Interiors. I've often been asked what differentiates Canfield Business Interiors from other companies. It's our knowledge, expertise, and over 100 years of combined experience. It's how we use our in-house design capabilities to enhance your workspace. To us, it's not just a transaction. It's about our satisfaction guaranteed philosophy that seeks a positive outcome for all. The reason we are in business is to make your space better. We get results just like those Knights. Go Knights!
All right, welcome back to O'Gorman High School. We're going to take a quick break for station identification.
You're listening to Real Presence Radio, FM 94.5 KGWD Sioux Falls, FM 91.3 KSTJ Hartford, and FM 104.3 KSTJ LP Sioux Falls, an affiliate of the RPR Network.
So here we are starting the second quarter. I want to thank all those Rapid City fans joining us today on Fox Sports Rapid City or online on the YouTube live stream broadcast on Real Presence Radio Network. So Alper's turnaround shot is no good. The rebound goes to St. Thomas More, and they'll push it up the left wing and now slow things down up top with Burnett. Burnett over to Candlin on the wing, up top to Hollenbeck. Hollenbeck off the dribble. He's got Arbogast guarding him on the left wing. Tosses it up top to Burnett. 14 on the shot clock. Once again, St. Thomas More running the clock down. Wojcik had it poked away by Moffitt. And now up to Renshaw in transition. Renshaw, quick fire three from the left wing, around the rim and out, no good. Nice looking shot there by Renshaw, just couldn't get it to fall. Hollenbeck, cross-court baseline pass to Candlin. His three around the rim, no good. Into the hands of Moffitt. Moffitt's going to go 1-on-3, then slow things down. Toss it over to Arbogast, who cuts his way inside. And then Burnett takes another charge on Arbogast. Arbogast not pleased with the call there.
I don't think Coach Roby's too pleased with how quick the offense, the last two possessions, Isaac, we've had a 3-point shot with 32 seconds left on the shot clock and a charge at the beginning of the shot clock.
So Mooney, into the game for O'Gorman. He'll come in for Arbogast.
And Rad doesn't get to see much varsity action, so it'll be fun to see what he can do out here. Terrific sophomore basketball player for O'Gorman.
Hollenbeck at the top of the key, guarded by Mooney. Hollenbeck off the dribble, pull up three is good. Renshaw over to Moffitt. Moffitt looking inside. He'll go off the dribble, then slow things down, hesitate, turn over and pass it to Myler, who flips one high-low style into Alpers, what they're going to call foul on the ground. That foul is going to go to number 30. Wojcik picks up the foul, and now Costello will check in for Alpers.
And now both teams with 6 team fouls early going here in the second quarter, so will be in the penalty shortly for both squads.
Costello inbounding, in some trouble, flips it baseline to Myler, off the hands of Myler and out of bounds. So St. Thomas More gets the turnover and now has a chance to cut into the lead. It's 5. Knights on top 16-11. 6:14 left in the second quarter. Burnett bringing the ball across half court. He's got Mooney waiting for him. Hollenbeck on the wing. He's got Costello guarding him over to Wojcik. Deep contested three off the back of the iron. No good. Rebound batted around off the hands of Feist. Costello going to inbound it to Renshaw, and Renshaw will walk it across half court. Burnett waiting for him.
You hear Coach Roby yell motion from up here.
Moffitt dribbles inside, thought about a step back three, kicks it to Renshaw. His three, good. Ben Renshaw, quick fire three from the right wing. It's 19-11. Hollenbeck off the dribble. A little more tempo for St. Thomas More here in the second quarter than the first. And now, as soon as I say that, they'll slow things down up top again with Burnett. Burnett to Feist, hand off to Hollenbeck. Pull up, free throw line jumper, no good. However, the rebound goes to Candlin, who flips it out to Hollenbeck near the top of the key, and they'll reset the offense with Burnett. Burnett drives inside, kicks it to Feist, had it poked out of his hands. Myler now has it. He'll slow it down, hand it off to Renshaw. The Knights force a turnover and have a chance to increase the lead to double digits with a basket here. Renshaw, pull up, elbow jumper, good. Renshaw rattles in another jumper. He's got 7 on the night. It's 21-11. Knights on top of the St. Thomas More Cavaliers with 4:50 left in the second quarter.
Nice little 5-0 run by Ben Renshaw. There's a travel not called.
Feist off the dribble inside to Wojcik. He's got a scoop shot off the right window, and it's good for 2. Nice job by Wojcik to get into the paint, and then a scoop shot off the window falls. It's 21-13. Knights on top. Mooney with it on the wing. He'll dribble inside, step back, thought about a 3, kicks it off to Moffitt instead. Now over to Renshaw. Renshaw uses a screen from Costello. Deep 3 by Renshaw is good. Renshaw 8 straight. It's 24-13. Knights on top.
Oh, Isaac, you sure know how to pick your players to click, don't you?
It's one of my many talents. No, I'm kidding. It's just luck. Or maybe I talk to him, pay him before the game or something like that, tell him to score more to make me look good. Wojcik kicks it out to Burnett. His first shot of the game is a deep 3. That one no good. The rebound goes to Costello. He'll hand it off to Renshaw. Harry Huner is getting ready to check into the game for the Knights. So Knights going deep off the bench early on here in the first half. Renshaw, top of the key, has it. Candlin guarding him. He'll use a screen from Costello, pass it over to Mooney. Thought about a 3 from the corner, dumps it inside to Myler. Left hook, good for 2. Actually, right hook over the left shoulder. And Myler's on the board.
That was a terrific move by Cousin Eddie that time.
Nice job by Mooney getting that down inside to Eddie, and Eddie just did the work from there. 26-13, Knights on top of the Cavaliers. Cavaliers in a little bit of a scoring drought, and they're going to call an offensive screen on Wojcik, and that's not going to help him out. Eng and Huners check in for Mooney and Moffitt.
And Costello's in for Myler.
Mooney met by the crowd of Knights on the end of the bench, getting a bunch of high fives over there. A lot of smiles behind the masks.
Rapid City's a little, St. Thomas More's in a little bit of a scoring drought now. O'Gorman's reeled off 7 straight points.
Eng over to, Renshaw, left wing 3. That one was deep, no good. Huners kept it alive to Alpers. Kicks it out to Renshaw, up top to Eng. Thought about a quick 3. He'll pull it out near the half-court line. Drive baseline now to Huners. Huners up top to Eng. Eng with 20 on the clock, comes off of a screen from Costello into the near paint, and then a jump shot by Eng falls. O'Gorman putting it together right now in the second quarter. This is a deep scoring run, outscoring St. Thomas More 12-5 in the second quarter so far. Hollenbeck drives inside. He got smacked in the face by Alpers, so he'll head to the line for 2 free throws. Alpers got hit in the face as well, it looks like. So Hollenbeck steps up to the line. He's got 2 shots awaiting him. His first free throw is up and good. That thing was bottom of the well.
28-14, 2:27 left in the second quarter.
Dan Johnson is chirping me, saying many talents, ? Yes, yes, Dan. Would love to see you up in the booth again one of these days, but that might never happen again. Renshaw, after the missed free throw, brings it across half court for O'Gorman. Eng on the right wing up to Costello. Costello, he'll dribble around, toss it up to Renshaw. 18 on the shot clock. Renshaw standing all alone. Will use a screen from Costello, get into the paint. Fadeaway elbow jumper from Renshaw. Around the rim, no good. That one nearly fell. Rattled in and out. 14-point lead under 2 minutes now. St. Thomas More with the basketball off the dribble. Candlin, that's a tough fadeaway jumper. No good, and they're going to call Huners with the foul. So Huners picks up his first, and that'll send Candlin to the line.
Instead of Where's Waldo, it's Where's Dan.
MIA.
Could be a new segment on our basketball broadcast.
Where's Dan Johnson? He's sitting on his couch. He's on a business trip. He's cataloging plant species. He's
watching Notre Dame.
He's anywhere but here.
He's playing Santa Claus for St. Lambert's.
Candlin 2 for 2 at the line. It's 28-16. Knights on top. 1:50 left here in the second quarter.
Important little stretch here, Isaac. As O'Gorman, you want to try to expand this lead to maybe 16-18, or St. Thomas More, you're trying to get it into single digits.
Costello at the top of the key, off the dribble, tosses it over to Moffitt. He'll drive baseline. Moffitt had it stripped out of bounds. It'll be Knights possession still with the basketball underneath their own basket. 16 on the shot clock. 1:33 on the game clock. Myler checks in for Costello. Starters and Ing are in right now for the Knights. Alpers inbounding it to Moffitt up near the half-court line. Moffitt tosses it over to Alpers on the wing. Alpers looking around, surveying his options, hands it off to Ing. 8 seconds on the shot clock, now down to 5. Eng off the dribble. He's going to have a pull-up three from the left wing. He was open. That one off the rim, no good. Rebound inside by Alpers, up off the window for 2. Really nice job by David Alpers following with that rebound off the glass.
And that's the thing, too, defensively. You can play great defense for 34 seconds, but then you can't clear the rebound and allow the putback like St. Thomas More there does. That's not good for Coach Hollenbeck.
So Burnett has it at the top of the key, already down to 15 on the shot clock. St. Thomas More works that ball around till about 12 seconds now. A set play from St. Thomas More. Burnett looking inside. They'll free up Hollenbeck, and then they throw it away. Inerrant pass there from Burnett to Hollenbeck. Hollenbeck hadn't quite come around the corner yet, hadn't had his hands up or his eyes up, and that pass sailed directly out of bounds.
You may get a little quick 2-for-1 if you wanted to for O'Gorman, but...
So Renshaw off the dribble here. Pull up, contested 3 from the top of the key, around the rim, no good. Rebound inside by Alpers, who corrals it, then flips it out to Myler. Eng thought about a 3, and now O'Gorman will hold for the final shot of the half. 30-16, 24 seconds left. Renshaw all alone at the top of the key. Renshaw's had about a couple threes rattle in and out.
Familiar play looking here, Isaac.
Renshaw's going to go one-on-one here and then toss it over to Eng. Eng, contested 3. That one too strong. Rebound by Alpers inside. He got fouled. They're going to call a jump ball. Possession is going to go to St. Thomas More, I believe.
So David Alpers did a terrific job with his third offensive rebound, but that time he got tied up, and like you said, Isaac, the arrow was pointing to St. Thomas More. So there's only 4.1 seconds left here in the second quarter.
4.1 on the clock. St. Thomas More inbounds it to Burnett. Burnett off the dribble near the half-court line. He's going to have to stop, pop, and fire. Instead, Hollenbeck at the buzzer didn't get it off in time. Hit the back of the rim. And that'll do it for the first half. O'Gorman on top of St. Thomas More, 30-16 at the break. Stay tuned for the halftime show here on Real Presence Radio and Fox Sports Rapid City.
Pre-planning a funeral is a wonderful gift for families. I'm David Lewis of Barnett Lewis Funeral Home, a family-owned and operated service to the community. Our goal is to make arrangements with families comfortable when they decide what their wishes are for funeral services. I will listen to all needs and offer choices for funeral arrangements and make sure all questions are answered. Barnett Lewis Funeral Home can be contacted at 336-0707 or by going to barnettlewis.com.
Eide Bailey, a public accounting firm, provides tax, accounting, assurance, and business advisory services to clients across the nation. With offices in Sioux Falls and 40-plus locations in 15 states, Eide Bailey is the workplace for 2,500 professionals. The firm has been serving clients for over 100 years. You can contact Eide Bailey online at eidebailey.com. Eide Bailey is a proud supporter of O'Gorman Knights athletics and activities and the Real Presence Radio Network.
Your family is depending on you to provide financial security for them. The Knights of Columbus can help you with insurance solutions such as disability income, long-term care, both term and whole life, annuities, retirement, and estate planning services. Join the Knights of Columbus today at kfc.org/join us for access to all these insurance services. Call the BB Agency at 605-882-8689. That's 605-882-8689.
At Guarantee Roofing and Sheet Metal, we are guided by one simple principle. We do what we say we're going to do. We believe in ensuring our customers are happy with the work we deliver. Guarantee Roofing and Sheet Metal was established in Sioux Falls in 1981 and has been involved with installing more than 100 million square feet of commercial roofing across the Midwest. They have worked on businesses including schools, universities, hospitals, churches, and factories. For more information, you can call 605-331-5121 or online at guaranteeroofingsd.com.
From the Real Presence Radio Network, welcome to the O'Gorman Knights Halftime Show, brought to you by your Knights of Columbus field agents for the Sioux Falls area, Jeff Gillen, Carl Libby, David Cook, and Phil Carlson.
Welcome back to O'Gorman High School. The Knights on top of the St. Thomas More Cavaliers, 30-16 at halftime here from O'Gorman High School. Thanks to you joining us from Fox Sports Rapid City here on Real Presence Radio Network, 94.5 FM Sioux Falls and 91.3 FM Hartford. An entertaining first half for Knights fans, not necessarily as much for St. Thomas More, who just kind of struggled offensively in that second quarter. The first quarter was kind of a back and forth battle throughout, and then St. Thomas More jumped on the Knights in the first minute of that second quarter, had the lead down to 5 and the basketball with some momentum, and then a couple of turnovers, missed shots, followed by 3s and 2s from O'Gorman.
I would say followed by a Ben Renshaw explosion there.
Ben Renshaw with an 8-0 run of his own sparked the Knights to have the lead up to as many as 16 in the second quarter, and now it's back to a 14-point lead. But the Knights were kind of controlling that whole second quarter offensively as well as defensively. St. Thomas More from Rapid City, 8 points in each quarter so far, but didn't score their last couple of points there in that second quarter till the final 2 minutes.
Well, you can just see the length of O'Gorman Isaac and just the strength of the players. Playing a class up as St. Thomas More, not used to playing a team as long and athletic as O'Gorman, and it's been really a struggle for St. Thomas More offensively just to get clean looks, at the basket. I mean, they run really good sets, but O'Gorman's done a good job, I think, communicating. They got a good job on Wojciech. He's coming to the game averaging 16 points a game. He has 4 points, and the first basket of the game was that fadeaway that bounced in. So since then, he's only had 2 points. O'Gorman offensively, I still like to see us get the ball inside maybe a little bit more, Isaac. I think we kind of got a little bit 3-point happy at times, but overall not bad. I think we have limited our turnovers. We had too many of those in the early going last night as well. And I saw the girls final. I don't know if you're looking at that on Twitter, so we can let people know. O'Gorman girls lost 50-47 today up in Aberdeen Central. That game just concluded about 10 minutes ago. So the Aberdeen Central Golden Eagles girls won last night by 1 over Sioux Falls Roosevelt in overtime, 50-49. They beat O'Gorman's girls today, 50-47. They're now 14-0 on the season. The back-to-back losses for the O'Gorman girls. So
a tough stretch of games as of recently for the O'Gorman girls, but an impressive stretch of games for the Aberdeen Central Golden Eagles girls as they're continuing to pick up win after win after win, and against some good quality teams.
And they beat Brandon Valley last Friday night too, right before Brandon Valley came in and beat us this past Tuesday. So 3 straight nice wins. O'Gorman girls will be playing Harrisburg here, which is another big game on Tuesday night. We're going to take a break. When we come back, will be our Inside O'Gorman segment. We're kind of going to talk about what's coming up this week. We have a busy week for basketball broadcasts, and that's next on the Knights halftime show on Real Presence Radio Network and also on Fox Sports Rapid City.
At First Premier Bank and Premier Bank Card, we believe the greatest investment we can make is in our customers and communities. Thanks to our industry-leading service, products, and tools, we're helping our customers reach their financial goals and achieve success. Through the generosity of our employees and leadership, we're able to support nearly 700 South Dakota organizations and nonprofits with our time, money, and resources. At Premier, we're always seeking ways to make an impact for good by investing in what matters most to you. It's the Premier way.
At McGuire Iron, we protect and store quality water for people and communities across the country. We are family owned and operated and have been building and maintaining America's water tower infrastructure for over 100 years. We pride ourselves on using faith principles in our business practices every day. This deep faith in the church is why we support the Bishop O'Gorman Catholic School System. From all of us at McGuire Iron and the Jones family, we wish all O'Gorman students and student athletes good luck this year.
Welcome back to O'Gorman High School. We want to give a quick shout out to one of our O'Gorman High School wrestlers, Bo Beavers, picking up his 200th career win today in wrestling in the finals in Yankton. So Bo Beavers picks up his 200th varsity win as a wrestler, which is very impressive in the wrestling world, if you will.
Yeah, even getting 100 wins is impressive. So Bo getting 200, terrific job. He's an awesome wrestler. You got to see him twice at O'Gorman and meets in December. What's coming up on tap for our coverage of O'Gorman and just O'Gorman activities in general this week? Today also there's State 1 Act going on. Tuesday, February 9th, there'll be jazz band at Mitchell. Shout out to the band and Ben Koch. My mom's a band director, so got to give the band kids some love. Wrestling Triangular Tuesday to February 9th at Garrison High School at 5 o'clock. Girls basketball will be here against Harrisburg. We'll be broadcasting and streaming that game. That's at 7 o'clock. Tuesday night, number 3, Harrisburg. So that's another tough matchup for O'Gorman's girls. Thursday, February 11th, there'll be no school conferences going on. Wrestling will be at Madison at 6:30. Girls basketball will be here against Sioux City East next Thursday. And then on next Friday, again, no school. Debate is at Harrisburg, oral and terp at Harrisburg. Gymnastics state meet is in Watertown. And girls basketball will be up in Brookings. And then on Saturday, again, debate will be in Harrisburg. State meet and gymnastics will be in Watertown. So good luck to Sky Bork and her girls. Show choir is at Elkhorn, Nebraska. And boys basketball next Saturday will be right here against Brookings. So we got 4 broadcasts next week, Isaac.
Yeah, it should be exciting and a busy week for Real Presence Radio.
Absolutely. Inside O'Gorman today has been sponsored by the Bishop O'Gorman Catholic Schools. They have 6 elementary schools, junior high, and high school exemplify gospel values, strong student achievement, and community service. Our schools strive to have excellence where it counts in faith, academics, in our community, and in opportunities offered to our students. Visit ognights.org to schedule a tour. Enrollment opens on February 22nd. We're going to take a 1-minute break, and we'll come back with the start of the second half here at O'Gorman High School. This is Knights basketball on Real Presence Radio, 94.5 FM Sioux Falls, 91.3 FM Hartford, and Fox Sports Rapid City.
When you look to the future, is the road there inevitable? It's not. That's why O'Gorman education matters. It's where you'll grow in your faith, be challenged, celebrate, and become part of a community. These are the moments that will shape your life. This is where your path will unfold. What are you waiting for? You belong in blue.
Your family is depending on you to provide financial security for them. The Knights of Columbus can help you with insurance solutions such as disability income, long-term care, both term and whole life, annuities, retirement, and estate planning services. Join the Knights of Columbus today at kfc.org/join us for access to all these insurance services. Call the BB Agency at 605-882-8689. That's 605-882-8689.
All right, and welcome back to Sioux Falls O'Gorman High School. Tonight's halftime show for the O'Gorman Knights is sponsored by the BB Agency, supporting Knights of Columbus Insurance for South Dakota, Southwest Minnesota, and Northeastern Iowa for life insurance, long-term care insurance, and retirement products. Call the BB Agency at 605-882-8689 to connect with a field agent near you. Knights of Columbus Insurance, strong, dependable, faith-based insurance, protecting your family's financial future. Isaac, what are you looking forward to here in the second half as we get ready to start action here at O'Gorman?
Well, both sides hopefully can improve on their offense from the first half. I mean, O'Gorman, other than that quick spurt in the second quarter, had a lot of shots kind of rattle in and out, didn't quite get them to fall, but I'd also like to see the pace of the game maybe pick up a little bit. St. Thomas More is going to have to start playing quicker in the second half if this stays double digits.
Absolutely. Great observation there.
Myler has it on the block. Turnaround, fading hook shot, no good. Rebound, however, by Alpers. And Alpers dribbles baseline, then throws it over to Moffitt in the corner. Had it poked away off his hands, off of his knee, and out of bounds.
And that's a really good point you made, Isaac, because down 14, you're going to have to play a little bit faster, because if you just want to play 30 to your shot clock in 35 seconds, it's going to be hard to come back unless you're like scoring and basically stopping O'Gorman for the most part.
Yeah, if they're able to get stops, then it's going to be fine for them if they can slowly work their way back into it. But if O'Gorman's going to be scoring one out of every 2 or 3 possessions, at 14 is tough to come back from when you're slowing things down and getting down to 10 seconds on the shot clock before attacking the basket.
And that'll be a foul, I believe, on Cade Moffitt, his first. No big foul trouble, I don't think, really, for O'Gorman here in the first half.
That shot is good. Candlin got it to fall. Arbogast off the dribble here. He'll bring it across half court, drive down the wing. Over into the corner now, tosses up top to Alpers. Alpers to Arbogast. Fadeaway 3 from the corner, around the rim, no good. Rebound goes to Wojcik. He'll bring it across half court with a little bit of pace. Drives inside, off the glass, can't get it to finish. A rebound by Charlie Larson as he went up and got it, and then he fell to the ground and traveled. So Larson back into the game. Didn't see him for pretty much the entire second quarter with foul trouble.
Yeah, I think he got 2 quick fouls in the game and barely played after that.
Arbogast going to get called with his second charge.
That's the 3rd charge taken in the game by Ethan Burnett, and that was right in front of the O'Gorman bench.
Roby kind of just in agreement with that call, just saying relax, slow down. Good job by Burnett to take his 3rd charge of the game, like you said. Candlin over to Burnett now. He's got it on the wing. Off the dribble, he'll drive into the paint, spin move, and now Arbogast takes a charge on Burnett. Right back at you, says Arbogast, and those two trade charge calls, and now it's 30-18 with 6:20 left in the 3rd quarter.
And that Candlin name is probably pretty familiar to people. Listen, his dad, Brandon, is the St. Thomas More girls basketball coach.
Renshaw off the dribble in the corner over to Arbogast. Arbogast dumps it inside to Myler. He'll turn around. Nice spin move into the paint. Can't get the shot to fall. Rebound to Alpers. Moffitt off the window. Too strong. They're going to call an offensive foul on Moffitt there, saying that he lowered the shoulder.
What'd you think of that one, Isaac? You had a little bit better view than I did.
I could see it going either way. So Moffitt will pick up his second. He did lower himself, but also took a lot of contact at the same time. Kind of a tough call there, judgment call based on what they saw down on the floor. We're up top in the
cheap seats.
Yeah, the highest spot in the gym.
And we're kind of blocked too by that lower baseline. And wow, Isaac, another charge. That's 4 straight charges. I've never seen that before.
Yeah, they're going to say that Larson was...
Or excuse me, illegal screen, which is the equivalent of an offensive foul.
Yeah, they're going to say he was kind of just getting himself freed up down low and pushed off. So that's his 3rd of the game. Myler, baseline, tries to turn over his shoulder. He just got hit, can't get the shot to fall. Rebound by Alpers, then goes up with it, hits the side of the backboard, and then gets his own rebound. Kind of didn't know where he was, went up and got fouled as Myler flips up a fadeaway from the free throw line. There's a lot of contact inside right now. Things looking to get a little bit chippy almost between the Cavaliers and the Knights. Candlin off the window. Tough shot by Candlin is good. Renshaw tosses it over to Eng, goes out of bounds.
Well, Gorman has to be careful of over-dribbling on those situations. You know, you can dribble a little bit, but then pass the ball. I think Renshaw there in Arbogast's possession before has just tried to dribble just a little bit too much against this press.
Eng dribbling around at the top of the key. He'll cross over, toss it to Renshaw. Had it poked away by Candlin. Candlin's going to get the steal. Lynch is going to get the foul. Candlin, a real bright spot for the St. Thomas More Cavaliers right now. He's got 12 of their 20 and doing it all on the offense If end for St. Thomas More gets the steal and runs the other way, picks up the foul from Lynch. It's a 12-point lead for O'Gorman, 4:53 left here in the third quarter. If you're just joining us, it's been about a double-digit lead for pretty much the entire second quarter and into this third quarter. It was close early on. O'Gorman started to pull away in that second quarter. Now St. Thomas More is starting to get some momentum back. Corner three by Hollenbeck is too short, gets his own rebound, but he's out of bounds.
And Candlin has 12 points tonight. He's only averaging 8.6 points a game on the season. And here's some crowd noise now for both sides.
Eng is going to be fouled by Wojcik. Yep, things are starting to get a little dicey here at O'Gorman High School. 4:41 left in the third quarter. Both teams actively engaged now on the bench. Been a lot of fouls called here, 7 total in the first 3.5 minutes of this quarter. Alpers gets it ripped away, and he obviously fouls Burnett there.
I'd like to see more post touches for Eddie. I mean, he has either got a foul or really good looks every time he gets the ball. It's just hard for O'Gorman to get him the ball right now.
Hollenbeck off the dribble here near half court. 4:30 left here in the third quarter at O'Gorman High School. Burnett over to Hollenbeck on the left wing. Leaps it up to Burnett. That was an alley-oop play to Burnett, and then he couldn't get the finish to fall off the window. Matt Eng pull-up jumper short around the rim a couple times. No good. Rebound goes to Eng. Over to Arbogast. Swings it to Lynch. Lynch drives baseline. And they're going to say that Lynch traveled.
Coach Roby used to tell his boys to relax. O'Gorman Isaac only 2 points here in this quarter. It's 4-2. St. Thomas More through about the first 4 minutes of this third quarter.
Things a little sloppy, almost on both ends. Outside of Candlin, not much going for St. Thomas More either. Larson up top to Wojcik. Thought about a three. Now Hollenbeck takes one from the wing. That one too short. No good. Rebound goes to Eng. Eng brings it across the half-court line. 3:42 left in the third quarter. Knights on top by 12. He'll use a screen from Myler. Dribble baseline up off the window. Rolls around and in. Matt Eng took that thing the whole length of the floor. Dribbled it right over to the right baseline and went up for two. Candelin's shot no good. Rebound is going to be a foul call, I think, on Joe Lynch here. So Lynch will pick up his third. And now Costello will check into the game for Lynch, who picks up his third foul.
So that's 16 fouls on O'Gorman Isaac with 3:24 left here in the third. Knights leading 34-20. So I would be attacking the basket if you're St. Thomas More as much as possible.
Burnett swinging it around to Wojcik. Wojcik off the dribble here. Pulls things out near the half-court line. Dribbling around now towards the top of the key. Picks up his dribble in a little bit of trouble over to Candlin. Candlin on the left wing, 15 on the shot clock. He'll wave away a couple of St. Thomas More Cavaliers and then just throw that pass completely out of bounds. Hollenbeck was posting up the smaller Arbogast, calling for the basketball, and kind of just a pull of the chair by Reese caused Candlin to hit the deck, and that pass just sailed out of bounds.
The old pull chair trick, that's a good one.
Arbogast had it poked away from behind by Candlin, but not before Candlin slapped the wrist. It's going to be the 5th team foul on St. Thomas More. O'Gorman with 6. I mean, this thing is going to be in the bonus for the entire fourth quarter at this rate.
So we have 10 fouls in this quarter combined and 8 combined points.
Eng nearly throws it away into the hands of Myler. Easy shot there by Myler as Burnett stepped in to take the charge and then decided he'd rather live.
Live to see another day.
Myler got about 7-8 inches on Burnett inside, and Myler had that shoulder lowered, and Burnett almost just kind of stepped out of the way of it and just let Myler go up for two. That shot no good for St. Thomas More. Rebound goes to O'Gorman. Eng now dribbles across half court. Tosses it over to Arbogast. He's got it on the wing. Tosses it inside to Myler now. Myler off the window. Easy two. Eddie Myler is starting to heat up here in the third quarter. He's got 6 of his 8 total points in the quarter.
Hey,
It's on top 38-20.
What happens, Isaac, when you get Eddie a post touch against a 6'3" kid? Just that, so made my point.
Wojcik off the dribble out to that three-pointer was by Hollenbeck. He caught that thing in rhythm. Knocked down the 3 from the wing. It's 38-23, leads down to 15. 1:38 left in the third quarter. Knights on top here at O'Gorman High School. Eng double dribbled with that one.
So Ben Redshaw coming back into the game, and now Harry Huner is in the game.
Comes in for Moffitt. So Renshaw, Huners, Eng, Myler, and Costello into the game for O'Gorman.
15-point game, 38-23, $127 here in the third.
Candlin up top to Feist. Haven't seen him into the game for a while for St. Thomas More. Now in. Wojcik on the block. Turns over the right shoulder. Scoop shot off the window for 2. Nice move by Wojcik. He gets his first bucket in a while since that early first half where he had the first bucket of the game and then kind of quiet after that. Myler turnaround scoop shot is good. Myler so far with 8 points in the corner. Just tough to defend him when you're undersized like St. Thomas More. Myler turning around those hook shots. Arm is about a good 4 or 5 inches longer than the defender, and almost no contest on these turnarounds. Hollenbeck is going to be fouled on the 3-point attempt.
Yeah, Harry Huner's got him, and that's not what you want to do.
I don't know if he was necessarily shooting. It looked like he jumped up and was kind of in the process of, oh crap, I'm not going to be able to get this off. It looked like he was about to pass it. Instead, Huners picks up the foul and sends him to the line for 3 free throws, where he just converted on his first of 3.
Moffitt will be checking in at the next dead ball.
Second free throw good by Hollenbeck, and Moffitt comes in for Huners now.
So Hollenbeck has the last 5 points, could be 6 if he makes the free throw for St. Thomas More. And he does.
3 straight from Hollenbeck, lead down to 12 now, lowest it's been in a couple of minutes. Renshaw going to be off the dribble here. He's got Candlin guarding him. He'll use a screen from Costello. .18 on the shot clock. Renshaw gets his way into the paint and then pulls it back out. 15, they're going to slow down for one shot here. Eng dribbling around near the top of the key. 7 seconds on the shot clock. Cuts his way into the paint. Pull-up jumper by Eng. Too short, no good. Gets his own board. Up for 2. It's good. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Hollenbeck half-court heave with the one hand right into the hands of the referee for a touchdown. And that'll do it for the third quarter. At the end of 3 at O'Gorman High School, Knights on top of the Cavaliers, 42-28. You're listening to Real Presence Radio and Fox Sports Rapid City. Stay tuned for more after the break.
Crossroads Book and Music is a local source for Catholic gifts and supplies. From rosaries and medals to books and Bibles, Crossroads is here with materials to help individuals in their walk with Christ. Crossroads also features a large line of personalized gifts that are great for weddings, anniversaries, birthdays, or any special occasion. Crossroads is located at 41st and Grange next to Camille's. Crossroads, books, gifts, music.
Hi, I'm Larry Canfield with Canfield Business Interiors. I've often been asked what differentiates Canfield Business Interiors from other companies. It's our knowledge, expertise, and over 100 years of combined experience. It's how we use our in-house design capabilities to enhance your workspace. To us, it's not just a transaction. It's about our satisfaction guaranteed philosophy that seeks a positive outcome for all. The reason we are in business is to make your space better. We get results, just like those Knights. Go Knights!
Welcome back to O'Gorman High School, where the Knights lead the Cavaliers heading into the fourth quarter, 42-28.
So that would have been a 12-12 quarter. So O'Gorman still holding on. If you're St. Thomas More, Isaac, you probably need to start making a run pretty quick.
Yeah, more fast-paced up-tempo second half than the first, but now St. Thomas More going to have to go a little bit quicker than usual. Hollenbeck, 3, no good. That thing rattled in and out from the wing. Rebound goes to O'Gorman. Now Arbogast just throws that one away in an attempt to get it to Myler.
And at this point in the game, I don't see any reason for that. You're up 14. Unless, like you say, Isaac, you have an uncontested layup or a dunk, you don't need to make that play.
Wojcik at the perimeter now near the left wing. He'll come off of a double screen, then drives baseline instead, up off the glass for 2. Nice move by Wojcik. It's down to 12 now. Wojcik drove baseline down the left side, finished with the right hand, slapping the backboard off the window. It's 42-30. Alpers at the top of the key, over to Arbogast. Three-pointer, rattles in and out, no good. Corner 3 from Burnett, round and out, no good.
That would have been big if he would have made that. Get it to 9, but just rattle that. We'll see if O'Gorman can answer.
Arbogast off the dribble. He'll use a screen from Alpers. Gets his way to the top of the key, over to Moffitt. That's a deep contested 3 by Moffitt. No good. Rebound goes to Burnett. Roby yelling, get a touch, as O'Gorman has been perimeter centric so far in the quarter.
I think post would be in front of the word touch. Especially when you have such an advantage of 6'6" Myler against 6'2" Wojcik, or Alpers against Feist.
Oh my goodness, another charge taken by Burnett. That's his 4th taken charge of the game. Arbogast has 4 fouls now. 3 of them are offensive.
It might be a record. I don't think I've seen in 7 years doing this a player take 4 charges in one game.
Burnett off the dribble now. Near the top of the key. Backdoor cut by Hollenbeck. That one was thrown away out of bounds. Candlin tried to throw the no-look bounce pass. It got there, but it was too soon for Hollenbeck as it got to out of bounds before he could get to it.
Been watching too much LeBron James doing that.
Oh, here we go again. Under 6 minutes to go. 12-point lead for the Knights.
You get at least one of those in per game.
Something, Lakers. Renshaw looking inside at Myler. Alpers has to toss it back over to Renshaw. Renshaw looking inside, finally gets it into Ed. Ed turns over and tosses a pass to Alpers that was batted out of bounds by Ben Feist. 14 on the shot clock. Knights will have it underneath their own basket from the left block. Eng inbounding. Larson comes into the game for Feist for St. Thomas More. Myler gets it. He'll go baseline here. Nice turnaround shot. Couldn't get it to fall, and then that was off the hands of Alpers and out of bounds.
So not much offense by either of these teams as the fourth quarter starts, and Coach Hollenbeck is going to call a full timeout for St. Thomas More. So we're going to take a 30-second break. Knights leading 42-30 over St. Thomas More. This is O'Gorman Basketball on Real Presence Radio and Fox Sports Rapid City.
Hello, this is Mark Konzemius, president of the Catholic Community Foundation for Eastern South Dakota. Preparing for the end of life can be overwhelming, even scary. Yet as disciples of Christ, we live in great hope and the reality of God's promise that death is not the end, but a new beginning. The End of Life Planning Workbook for Catholics is now available. I encourage you to reach out to one of our Catholic Community Foundation offices or ccfesd.org. May God bless each of us on our journey to heaven.
Welcome back to O'Gorman High School. Knights on top of the Cavaliers here, 42-30 with 5:35 left in the fourth quarter.
I think O'Gorman, you've been in these huddles before, Isaac. What do you think Coach Roby's telling his boys right now?
He's telling them to settle down, value the basketball, get a post touch. Basically everything that he would have said in his pregame is kind of ringing true right now. O'Gorman trying to do too much here with a lead. Just slow down, take a good shot, get a good look, and work it around.
Yeah, get the post touch. I mean, not that it has to be your first pass, but at least get it inside and you can always throw it back out. It's just been fast break, turnovers, and then long three-pointers. leading to 0 points so far. But the good thing is St. Thomas More's only scored 2, so it's still a 12-point game.
So St. Thomas More with the basketball. It's going to be Candlin on the wing. Dumps a pass inside. Saved by Alpers after the steal. And then Larson goes up and gets it. And now Burnett over to Wojcik. Three-pointer from the corner. That one was a kind of an ugly shot. Hit the side of the backboard. Did not fall. Foul going to be called. What did he just say?
Kevin was yelling something. There's just a lot of dribbling tonight by Renshaw and Arbogast. It looked like James Harden out there sometimes. Yeah, I didn't hear what Coach Kep was saying, but I don't think it was anything too good.
Matt Eng, tough shot. Rebound, however, by Renshaw. Now they're going to call foul on the ground.
So we'll get the foul called against St. Tommy More. And that's Wilson. Yep, that'll be, Larson's 4th foul. And that'll be now the 6th foul by St. Thomas More.
Inbound to Moffitt underneath the basket. Tries to go up with it, going to be fouled. I think it's going to go to Wojcik. It will. So that'll be Wojcik's 3rd. 4:55 left in the 4th quarter.
It's a nice little out-of-bounds sequence where you get Moffitt off a screen going to the hoop and getting a chance for 2 free throws now.
Moffitt's first free throw is good. Leads up to 13. It's kind of just been a steady 12 to 16-ish lead for O'Gorman pretty much from the second quarter out. Layup by Moffitt is good for 2. Off the rebound attempt, got it off the missed shot, and Moffitt adds to his total. He's got 8 on the night. Burnett over to Hollenbeck, 3 from the wing, too strong, no good. St. Thomas More been struggling from the perimeter so far this evening. A lot of threes, a lot of long shots off the back of the rim. Renshaw inside to Myler, up off the window, too short with the shot, but he got fouled, and will head to the line for 2.
And I think that's the 5th foul now on Charlie Larson.
It's going to be the 5th foul to Larson, so Larson's going to have to check out after. I think like St. Thomas More was a little unaware of that it was the 5th foul, so Feist will have to check in for Larson, and that'll end Larson's night. He'll exit with 5 fouls, didn't get on the scoreboard, and just kind of was battling foul trouble all evening long.
And now Myler will get 2 free throws.
His first one, no good. Eddie's a 63% free throw shooter on the season. He's been to the line the second most on the team behind Moffitt.
Look at Alpers get another offensive rebound.
David Alpers doing a really good job of getting possessions extended tonight as Moffitt's going to drive baseline. Off the window, can't get it to go. Rebound by Myler for 2. Eddie Myler with another nice offensive board, and now Hollenbeck has it in the wing. It's a 17-point lead. St. Thomas More has got to be in go mode here. That one out of bounds.
Now Joe Lynch in for Eddie Myler. Eddie leads the Knights with 12 points tonight.
They called a foul on Alpers.
Oh, okay. So that'll be David's 3rd. I thought it was just out of bounds. St. Thomas More ball.
First free throw good by Hollenbeck. He's got 11 on the night now. Chance to get his total to 12. Candlin leading St. Thomas More with 12 right now. Second free throw on the way is good. So the lead's down to 15, exactly 4 minutes on the clock left here in the 4th quarter. Renshaw off the dribble, getting hounded by a couple, and Burnett's going to take another charge.
Coach Roby not happy with that call.
This has honestly been one of the more charge-heavy games I've ever seen in my life. It's been the same referee calling him each time. He loves the offensive charge call. I'm in a little bit of disbelief. both ways, too. It's been both teams taking charges, but Burnett's taken credit to him, but he's taken 5 charges.
Right.
And he has only 1 foul of his own. And he's doing a good job of selling the call.
They're the same.
Now the same ref calls another one. Unbelievable. And it's the flop, too.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a complete... No offense to Eng, but that was just a complete flop by Eng. And I didn't want to say Burnett flopped, but he did the time before. So 2 straight flops, sell the call for that official, who almost looks like he's catching it out of the corner of his eye. Oh, my goodness. And now a block is going to be called down low by Jim Ricketts Jr. That one, if that was called a charge, I might have just dropped my headset and left. So Moffitt will head to the free throw line for 2 free throws. He's been there a couple times tonight.
Ben Feist with the foul, his first, 10th team foul.
Free throw rattles in for Moffitt, 48-32. Second free throw rattles around and good. 17-point lead, Burnett off the dribble. St. Thomas More is going to have to hurry here offensively. Over to Candlin on the wing. Candlin looks up top to Wojcik, over to Burnett. Burnett thought about a quick 3. Off the dribble now, near the elbow, up to Hollenbeck. Hollenbeck's going to have to hoist a 3 here from the wing. It's too short, no good. Rebound goes to Renshaw. St. Thomas More kind of looks a little bit defeated right now. The body language down on the bench and on the floor. 3 minutes to go. It's a 17-point lead, and now a foul called on Candlin. It's going to send Moffitt to the line for 2 free throws.
Moffitt to the line for double bonus.
Free throw rattles in for Moffitt, so Moffitt again adding to his point total. He's got 10 so far on the evening. Second free throw around the rim, no good. Rebound going to be a foul call on Alpers, so he'll pick up his 4th. That's going to send St. Thomas More to the free throw line. So in fouls galore, both teams in the double bonus. There's been over 20-some fouls called in this half.
So you're changing charges for a sequence, and now we're just exchanging free throws.
I seriously could not believe, or still can't believe, how many charges have been called in this game.
A missed free throw by Feist that time. Alpers checking out, Myler in, 50-32. O'Gorman leads by 18 with 3 minutes left in the 4th.
Feist free throw, no good, so misses both. Moffitt off the dribble. Tosses over to Renshaw. Thought about a corner 3, decided not to shoot it. Looking inside at Myler, he'll dribble it up back up top now. Renshaw out to Moffitt. Moffitt has it on the right wing. He'll use a screen from Myler off the dribble into the paint. Kicks it out to Costello. Thought about a 3, he traveled. Costello walked. And Arbogast is going to come in for Eng.
Coach Roby has a laugh with the referees about something there. Easier to laugh when you're up 18.
Yeah, absolutely. Burnett off the dribble. Tosses it to Wojcik. Wojcik up to Burnett. 2:20 left here. Burnett drives baseline, then just loses the handle of it out of bounds. Kind of an ugly second half for St. Thomas More. Had a good start in that late 3rd quarter. And have been quiet pretty much the entire 4th. Renshaw dribbling around at the top of the key now across half court. Nearly a kicked ball there by Candlin. 2 minutes exactly on the clock, 20 seconds on the shot clock. Moffitt hands it off to Arbogast. Arbogast over to Moffitt, 10 seconds on the shot clock. Moffitt off the dribble, cuts his way into the paint. He's going to get the contact there, and he'll head to the line for 2 free throws.
Candle just tried to flop that time. He's like, why not? The refs are going to call it. Didn't get the call. And then Wojcik with a reach in. His fourth.
Free throw by Moffitt is good. 51-32, a chance to make this a 20-point ball game with a made free throw here. 1:48 left in the fourth quarter. Huner's going to check in. I think he'll come in for Moffitt on a make here. His second free throw around and out, no good. So Moffitt has gone 1 of 2 for the line. The last 3 attempts, both of those, or all 3 of those second free throws have been around the rim and out. Wojcik drives inside, flips a pass off to Feist. He got fouled from behind by Moffitt.
And Feist, who just missed 2 free throws, is back at the line for St. Thomas More.
Free throw was short, no good, so Huners checks in for Moffitt. Second free throw, no good again. Rebound goes to Huners. Renshaw brings it across half court, flips it over to Arbogast. 1:30 left in the ball game here. 51-32. Knights on top of the Cavaliers. Arbogast over to Costello at the top of the key, back to Arbogast. Near the half court line, had it poked out of his hand.
So an over and back?
Yep. Arbogast had a good start to the game with 6 points, and then just kind of been just caught in a weird funk where he's picked up 3 offensive fouls. He hasn't been able to play a whole lot of minutes in this second half. That 3 is good by Wojcik. Wow, that time Burnett hit the floor, and a no call from the official gets a praise from the O'Gorman fans. 52 seconds left. This one just kind of dribbling out now with Renshaw. Renshaw off the dribble. Drives baseline. Circles around to Costello. Costello back to Renshaw. Renshaw with it at the top of the key. Renshaw off the dribble. Finishes at the rim. Can't get it to go. Myler just gets it and lays it in for 2. Full court whip pass from Feist to Candelin is going to get St. Thomas More an extra 2. That'll just about do it. With 20 seconds left, Arbogast will get ready to walk it across half court, where Burnett will just wait for him. Eight seconds on the clock here, ticking down as Costello will just hold it for the final couple of seconds. And that'll do it. O'Gorman on top of St. Thomas More, 53-37 here from O'Gorman High School. Stay tuned for the Locker Room Show after the break. You listening to Real Presence Radio and Fox Sports Rapid City.
Your family is depending on you to provide financial security for them. The Knights of Columbus can help you with insurance solutions such as disability income, long-term care, both term and whole life, annuities, retirement, and estate planning services. Join the Knights of Columbus today at kfc.org/join us for access to all these insurance services. Call the BB Agency at 605-882-8689. That's 605-882-8689.
At Guarantee Roofing and Sheet Metal, we are guided by one simple principle. We do what we say we're going to do. We believe in ensuring our customers are happy with the work we deliver. Guarantee Roofing and Sheet Metal was established in Sioux Falls in 1981 and has been involved with installing more than 100 million square feet of commercial roofing across the Midwest. They have worked on businesses including schools, universities, hospitals, churches, and factories. For more information, you can call 605-331-5121 or online at guaranteeroofingsd.com.
At First Premier Bank and Premier Bank Card, we believe the greatest investment we can make is in our customers and communities. Thanks to our industry-leading service, products, and tools, we're helping our customers reach their financial goals and achieve success. Through the generosity of our employees and leadership, we're able to support nearly 700 South Dakota organizations and nonprofits with our time, money, and resources. At Premier, we're always seeking ways to make an impact for good by investing in what matters most to you. It's the Premier way.
Hi, this is Brett Byler, Area Account Executive with Real Presence Radio. Did you know the signal of Real Presence Radio reaches an audience of over 2.4 million people across North Dakota, Minnesota, South Dakota, Wisconsin, and Wyoming? Have you ever thought about running radio spots on the RPR network? We want to partner with you to help gain exposure for your business in front of a very faithful customer base. To find out more about the options, please call me, Brett Byler, at 605-670-8333.
From the Real Presence Radio Network, welcome to the O'Gorman Knights Locker Room Show. Now, back to the gym.
All right, welcome back to O'Gorman High School. The Knights with the win over St. Thomas More, 53-37. We are going to take a quick break for station identification.
You're listening to Real Presence Radio, FM 94.5 KGWD Sioux Falls, FM 91.3 KSTJ Hartford, and FM 104.3 KSTJ LP Sioux Falls, an affiliate of the RPR Network.
So welcome back to O'Gorman High School, where the Knights just picked up that 53-37 victory over the St. Thomas More Cavaliers, and a game that was pretty much controlled from tip-off to the final buzzer by O'Gorman. They had it in at double digits for almost the entire game. I'd say 3 straight quarters of a double-digit lead in a game that St. Thomas More just really could never get it going offensively, especially coming off of a long bus trip to Sioux Falls, O'Gorman, and then coming out and just never really being able to get in a groove offensively.
Yeah, and I mean, I would give a lot of credit to O'Gorman's defense tonight. They really played well. A lot of fouls called, a lot of charges. Kind of a weird game in that way, but they're undersized. St. Thomas More is, so it's hard for them to get any points in the paint. You can't really throw it in a post player for them and say, like we do it with Eddie or whatnot, go get us a basket. And we did a really good job on Wojcik. He had a quiet 11 points. Candlin had a nice game for him, but there wasn't any point really after the second quarter where they were able to put together, say, 2 or 3 straight baskets and get stops where you can all of a sudden make the game a little bit, 6-point game or something like that, too, to put pressure on O'Gorman. I thought he's not going to show up big in the box score, but David Alpers tonight, I think he only had 2 points, but he had 5 or 6 offensive rebounds, allowing O'Gorman to get extra possessions offensively, and those are hustle plays that you can't quantify. And I thought, since he only had 2 points, but I thought he had a big impact for O'Gorman.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, St. Thomas More just had a tough time of stringing together baskets and stops. They were getting plenty of stops, but then would go down and come up with an empty possession on the offensive end. And eventually O'Gorman's offensive firepower just became too much for St. Thomas More, especially in a game that St. Thomas More is trying to slow down the pace and play a half-court style game. When you're not converting on those chances on the offensive end and you're only getting a few every couple of minutes, maybe, right. you're basically running the clock down 25 seconds before you're even looking at the basket. It's tough to come back in a game where you're down by 14, and that's why that thing kind of just stayed at that 12 to 14 range for about 8 or 9 minutes in that second half.
And Renshaw had a nice little second quarter spurt for O'Gorman that kind of got that lead up into double figures. And then, Eddie had a really good, I thought, second half. He kind of took over the game a little bit. But, I mean, let's look at O'Gorman these last 2 ball games because Aberdeen Central and St. Thomas More held Aberdeen Central to 52 points. That's a good offensive team, averaging 63 points a game, 11 under their average. St. Thomas More, not as good offensively this year as they've previously been, but still averaging 55 points a game. We hold them to 37. That's 18 underneath their scoring average. So I think, the formula in these final now 6 games for O'Gorman is if you can play this type of defense for 4 quarters, you give yourself a chance against any team.
Oh, absolutely. And when you're holding opponents to a low percentage shots, especially, there was a lot of 3-point shots for St. Thomas More tonight where we had defenders with a hand up, a lot of fadeaway buckets. We're kind of doing a good job of protecting our paint.
It'll be interesting to see how well we can string this defense together, especially against some good teams coming up in Washington.
Washington twice.
Yep, and Lincoln, who put up a bunch of points on us earlier on in the year, a team that's kind of struggling.
Then you got Mitchell at the Corn Palace. You have a peer team coming in here the last regular season game who's playing a lot better than they did, and then Sandwich Brookings in there next Saturday. So
and Brookings is not even a team that, that's a team that has been struggling all year, but they just came out and defeated Rapid City Stevens almost kind of just like out of nowhere in a game that I looked back at the box score. I have a cousin that plays for Brookings, but they kind of controlled that thing from tip-off to buzzer, kind of like this one, where it was just Brookings consistently getting bucket after bucket, which was a little bit surprising from a Brookings team that's just kind of been an offensive struggle so far this year. A lot of stuff.
I'm laughing because your dad's sitting on the court and three-point and stances. I don't know if he's trying to explain a charge call or something, but it's kind of funny. But anyway, we are going to take a break, folks, a 60-second break. We come back. We'll either have Coach Roby coming up here or we'll go to the player of the game brought to you by Pizza Ranch. So that 60-second break is coming up next on the Knights Locker Room Show on Real Presence Radio and Fox Sports Rapid City. Stay tuned, folks.
Sioux Equipment Company can fix, sell, and repair gas pumps, tanks, and air compressors. They offer sales and services for lifts, signs, decals, and tank truck equipment in Sioux Falls and the surrounding areas. Sioux Equipment Company is located at 1310 East 39th Street in Sioux Falls, just off of East Benson Road. They can be reached by calling 605-334-1653. Again, that number is 605-334-1653.
Did you know you can listen to the RPR network when you're on the go? Just search for Real Presence Radio in your app store. Listen live to any station across the network at any time, so you can stay connected to your local community from wherever you are. Plus, if you miss a program, the Real Presence Radio app is your one-stop shop for local and national podcasts, including our signature show, Real Presence Live. The Real Presence Radio app, with you every step of your faith journey.
Welcome back to O'Gorman High School. We're now joined by head coach Derek Roby of the O'Gorman Knights after picking up a victory over St. Thomas More today. Coach, this was a game that you guys kind of controlled from the tip-off to the final buzzer. Points-wise, it felt a little bit closer earlier on in that third quarter when the lead was down to 5 at one point also in that second quarter early on, but you guys did a good job of kind of handling the chaos. St. Thomas More, a team that takes a lot of time off the clock every offensive possession, yet you guys played a really good game defensively for the most part. I thought, what was kind of your philosophy coming into tonight?
I thought that it's interesting, Isaac, that you talk about it being kind of chaotic because there was a stretch there where it was hard to get into rhythm, I thought. So my take was, hey, let's try to run just a basic motion, try to loosen it up a little bit. But even then, I thought our passing lanes, the length of it, we were too far apart from each other. And, of course, St. Thomas More is a great team and obviously well coached. They're jumping some of those passing lanes, and they're really pushing us off our spots, and I thought we stood a little bit in that motion, but I was just trying to run a motion just to kind of loosen our guys up a little bit. But, of course, we're getting ourselves too deep in the paint and, getting a charge here and there, and it was hard to get into rhythm. But that's just two quality teams, I think, trying to battle.
Would you like to see more post touches for Eddie down low?
Yeah, that would have been, it was pretty evident to me. Even at halftime, we talked to our guys. We said, look at what David Elpers is doing. David ends up with 14 rebounds, we think. Okay,
and 5 or 6 offensive at least.
Yeah. Well, we had him for 8.
Okay,
we had him for 8 offensive rebounds. I think that's what Coach Cole had. And with that being mentioned, right before half, we were talking to our guys about, every shot is a pass to you. Okay, you've heard that before, and go get it. And David Elpers kind of laughed, and he said at halftime, he said, "Coach, those aren't shots; those are passes to me. I'm going to get them." So everybody kind of laughed. But I think my point is at halftime we were just trying to stress our guys to get inside touches. I thought Eddie, the second half, there was a stretch there. He scored about every time he touched it down here. But we just have to continue to be unselfish and get the touches where they need to get to. And
that's something we have to continue to focus on.
Something that you always talk about is protecting our house here. This was a good back-to-back victory, 2 back-to-back victories at home, and now you guys have a couple of games coming up in a tough stretch. You get Washington twice, Lincoln as well into that mix, and then don't even talk about Mitchell, who's having a good season as well. How important is it for you guys to close this final stretch of the season off with some tough quality opponents?
Well, it's tough. There's no doubt about it, but you're exactly right. Before the weekend, we had 8 games left, if my math is right, and 6 of the 8 were in this building. Again, we're going to the Corn Palace, and then we are going to go across town to Sioux Falls, Washington. Otherwise, we had 6 games here at home. So with all of that being said, we told our guys to be where we want to be come mid-March, let's take care of our home. Let's take care of our house here and try to win as many as we can at home. Again, a good weekend for us to try to do that. Obviously, we have a tough stretch coming, but if we can just take care of business here and make it tough for teams to come in here, then we feel pretty good about maybe the seed we'll get and or trying to get ourselves back to state tournament.
All right, thank you so much, Coach, for your time, and we'll look forward to seeing your boys back in action here next Saturday against the Brookings Bobcats.
Thank you much, guys.
And that was O'Gorman boys coach Derek Roby. Boys victorious tonight, 53-27. We're going to take a 60-second break. We come back, we're going to find out who the Knights player of the game is tonight. That's coming up after the break.
Real Presence Radio is experiencing rapid growth and has an additional opening in the Sioux Falls area for a full-time listener relations coordinator. This person will assist with spreading the word about RPR, including help with the live drives, fall banquet, major gifts, and local live shows. A qualified candidate should demonstrate excellent self-management and time management skills. If you sense a call to serve God in this capacity, please send a cover letter, your resume, and references to Brittany at realpresenceradio.com or call 877-795-0122.
Real Presence Radio will be broadcasting an estimated 42 Sioux Falls O'Gorman girls and boys basketball games from the middle of December 2020 to the middle of March 2021. Tune in to the RPR network on 94.5 FM Sioux Falls, 91.3 FM Hartford, online at yourcatholicradiostation.com, and on YouTube at Real Presence Radio Sioux Falls. If your business would like to sponsor our O'Gorman basketball broadcast, contact me, Brett Byler, at 605-670-8333.
All right, welcome back to O'Gorman High School. Now it's the fun time of the Locker Room Show to find out who the Knights player of the game is. With that, here's Isaac Struck.
Tonight we're going to give the player of the game to a player that was just talked about in that interview with Coach Roby afterwards, David Alpers tonight. We had talked about how he was doing a good job of getting those offensive boards and attacking the glass, but like Roby said, 7 or 8 offensive boards tonight where they gave us a second chance to score, and we ended up converting on a lot of those second chance points. And when you get a player like David who's out there to play good defense and get those boards, but also he'll provide scoring at times whenever he kind of is one of those players that lets the game come to him. And he just played a really controlled game. He was really physical. And when you can have a player go up and get 14 boards for you and create some second chance opportunities, that's always nice to have, especially with a team full of shooters that he can kick it out to. He had a couple of times where he grabbed rebounds off of missed free throws.
I was just going to say that on free throws, yes.
So, yeah, a really good game. Tonight we're going to give that player of the game to David Alpers, so congrats to David.
And the player of the game is brought to you by Pizza Ranch and Fun Zone Arcade on 41st Street in Sioux Falls. Pizza Ranch are proud supporters of the Bishop O'Gorman Catholic Schools and the Real Presence Radio Network. We're going to take our final break. It'll be a 60-second break, and we come back. We'll have our final scoreboard update and wrap from O'Gorman High School. This is O'Gorman Knights boys basketball on Real Presence Radio and Fox Sports Rapid City.
When you look to the future, is the road there inevitable? It's not. That's why O'Gorman education matters. It's where you'll grow in your faith, be challenged, celebrate, and become part of a community. These are the moments that will shape your life. This is where your path will unfold. What are you waiting for? You belong in blue.
Pizza Ranch and Fun Zone Arcade on 41st Street in Sioux Falls has something for everyone. They offer a buffet featuring salad bar, pizza, and chicken. Pizza Ranch has a spacious dining room as well as 8 party rooms to fit any size group. You can also order online and they will bring the experience to you. Pizza Ranch, located across from O'Gorman High School on 41st Street, can be contacted by calling 271-8646. Pizza Ranch is a strong supporter of O'Gorman Knights athletics and activities.
Well, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I have to introduce you, Isaac. No, just kidding. So now it's time for our final scoreboard update from O'Gorman High School. There's quite a few basketball games going on, AA boys and girls. Isaac, what are some scores we got?
Well, first I'm going to touch on that Aberdeen Central O'Gorman Lady Knights varsity action over in Aberdeen today, where Aberdeen picked up a 3-point victory, 50-47 over the O'Gorman Lady Knights. For Aberdeen, their leading scorer was Abby Kopecki, who had 23 points on 8 of 16 shooting. So a solid game from her. The leading scorer for O'Gorman was Hannah Ronzik with 11. Kira Mentley had a good game, adding in 10 of her own, as well as 5 rebounds. So a good game for Mentley as well. And then from other action around the state, in AA boys action, Sioux Falls Lincoln defeated West Central 60-55 over at West Central. Watertown over Rapid City Stevens 52-45. O'Gorman over St. Thomas More, the game that we just had here, 53-37. Mitchell on top of Spearfish 65-36. Sturgis Brown picked up a victory over Huron 63-57. That will probably drop Huron down to last place in the standings as of right now. Rapid City Central over Brookings 69-44. And then a score that hasn't been updated in a while, Sioux Falls Roosevelt on top of Aberdeen Central by 7 under a minute in that fourth quarter. I'm guessing that thing went final. Didn't see a final score from that one. And then over in AA girls action, Rapid City Stevens down to Watertown by 15. Mitchell over Spearfish by 11. Huron over Sturgis Brown 67-33. Rapid City Central 66-39 over Brookings. Brandon Valley and Pierre out in Pierre. Brandon Valley, that game just tipping off at the end of the first quarter. Brandon on top 20-12. And then, like I touched on, Aberdeen Central over O'Gorman by 3 in Aberdeen 50-47.
There's a final. Roosevelt boys 71, Aberdeen Central's boys 64. So that was a close game. So Aberdeen Central's boys come up with 2 losses this week in this trip to Sioux Falls. The Riders now 9-5 on the season. Isaac, final thoughts here. A great weekend if you're an O'Gorman Knights boys basketball fan, getting wins Friday night over Aberdeen Central and today against St. Thomas More.
Yeah, that was a solid weekend for O'Gorman, and they needed to do that. Having those 2 home games, playing a tough competition, and it was a good learning experience. This is a game that it's kind of like Roby said, and I had mentioned that it was kind of a chaotic game for a while, and O'Gorman finally started to gain control of it and get back into their rhythm and their flow of things, and it's good to see a team now starting to mature more as a group and kind of handling their business when they can.
I just like the improvement I've been seeing mostly on the defensive end for this O'Gorman squad. Isaac, we remember the Roosevelt game at the Pentagon. That was kind of an embarrassing defensive performance where we see guys making straight line drives uncontested from the 3-point line to the hoop. The T area game wasn't very good either. So I think with this team it's not as an explosive offensive team as Roby's had in past years, where you have a Matt Cartwright who can get you 20 in his sleep, or a Braxton Elliott. This is more of an offense by committee team where you're going to have some nights where you're not going to have it going, where you need to rely on the defense. And what we've seen now with looking at the Rapid City Central game, the Stevens game, and even the Harrisburg game, 56 points isn't a lot to give up. I mean, the defense is kind of, maybe that'll be something to hang your hat on here in these final 6 games for O'Gorman.
And if you would have told me that O'Gorman defensively would have improved this much at the beginning of the season, I would have thought you were crazy. Giving up 80 points to Roosevelt, and then Sioux Falls Christian putting up 70, and then that Lincoln game was high scoring as well. O'Gorman had been averaging giving up around 70-ish points in their first couple of games of the season, and then somewhere they flipped that switch, like you said, where they kind of just decided, you know what, we've had enough of getting burned on defense, and they've done a really good job of turning things around on the defensive end. And now that looks like one of their strengths is that defense, being able to kind of control things and lead to that offense. So hopefully that continues throughout this last stretch of the season, a very crucial stretch.
Yeah, final 6 games for sure. So the Knights boys are 8-6 on the season, and the O'Gorman girls now, I believe, are 10-5 after their loss today, Aberdeen Central. So what's coming up next for us will be Tuesday night. We'll have the girls game here against Harrisburg. That'll be a 7 o'clock tip-off, probably go in the air about 6:40. That should be a terrific game. Let's see if Coach Coleswood's girls can bounce back and get a big win over Harrisburg. They kind of need that marquee win they're lacking this season. Then on Thursday night, another good team will be another girls game. Will be Sioux City East from Sioux City, Iowa coming here. The East girls are playing well this year. That will be another 7 o'clock tip-off. Friday night will be up in Brookings. That'll be O'Gorman girls again in Brookings. That'll be a 7 o'clock tip-off. And then Saturday will be the next boys game, and that'll be here against Brookings, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Maybe Keeter time might want to tune in a little bit early. So we have 4 games next week as we get those final couple weeks of February with the last games leading to the SODAC 16, March 5th and 6th. So for Isaac Struck, I am Brett Byler. Want to give a special shout out thanks to our friends at Fox Sports Radio in Rapid City for covering the game as well. I hope everyone has a great rest of their night, great weekend, and we'll see you Tuesday night here for O'Gorman girls versus Harrisburg. Go Knights.
From the Real Presence Radio Network, O'Gorman Knights basketball has been brought to you in part by
Catholic Family Services, Catholic Community Foundation of Eastern South Dakota, Bishop O'Gorman Catholic Schools, McGuire Iron, Sioux Equipment Company, Ferendorf Family Chiropractic and Wellness, Canfield Business Interiors, the BB Agency Knights of Columbus Insurance, Barnett Lewis Funeral Home, Ide Bailey, First Premier Bank Card, Pizza Ranch and Fun Zone Arcade on 41st Street, Guarantee Roofing and Sheet Metal, Crossroads Book and Music.
The preceding O'Gorman Knights activity has been a special presentation of the Real Presence Radio Network.